Yeah.
No,
Take it out.
we just
What?
we left without it.
How do we get our cue?
I hope they know that I've got an earbud in. Have you got...
We need it. Is this... Fuck. Shit. Oh. Wow.
Okay, I don't think anyone's going to notice.
We're all right, we're all right.
Does anyone know what the time is?
Yeah. What is the time?
Just about 7.
I'm sure it's just about 7, yeah.
Have the results started coming in yet?
Have we got graphics? No, not really. No
Right,
graphics?
let's rock and roll.
All right.
Welcome to Discourse Votes, everyone. It's another election, another amazing setup.
Possibly the best election ever.
by what value?
By entertainment value. By craziness. By feeling like you're on acid every single day. Like you read the paper in the morning.
The cray-cray
or
levels.
The website. And away
So
you go.
hey, we got some results. 3.9% counted, apparently.
So what are the results?
51% national.
It's implausible. That's not
Very
that's not gonna
implausible.
stand.
Very implausible.
So first up, welcome. Welcome to you at home. I'm definitely not getting anything in my ear. Should that be going? There's a lot of technical problems.
You don't need to know. You don't need to know.
I can hear that.
You can hear yourself now.
That's
With the delay. Oh.
that's less than optimal. So is that the actual live current shot? That's live, yeah. Who was doing that? Was that you? Right, so last time I had to give, oh man, that's really annoying. So last time I had to give all the cameras numbers.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you get to be number one.
So yeah.
That was a lingering crotch shot. Number 8?
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to remember.
Yeah.
Eve, I think you're probably number 1.
All right. No, 8.
Hello,
1,
number
8,
three.
3.
Well, 8. 8.
Yeah, 1, 8, 3. It's going to be easy to remember. This is not going to be a problem. Thank you so much to Epic.
Yeah.
Look at that smooth product placement.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to find an opener, but I Looks stuffed.
And Mexicali Fresh.
These burritos are fantastic. I'd highly recommend a visit to Mexicali Fresh for a really tasty.
It's much better
pork
to have
burrito.
one of those burritos than to make an internet election show.
It is.
And we're probably better at eating them
course.
than anything else. But, so TV3, they say that they've got an expert super panel.
Expert super panel.
Yeah, but we have a fast internet connection. We win.
We've got HD. Do they have an
And
HD?
we-
Do they
and
have
we
an HD stream?
They're not HD yet, are they?
No,
So
they're
we
not.
are the highest
They're
quality
not.
stream in terms of the number of pixels,
The highest resolution.
highest resolution. But maybe not very professional. Is this, do you think we can safely call this a no spin zone, or is that trademarked?
No spin zone.
Is this where people come for the truth?
I will be spinning like a
Truth
top.
bombs.
You'll be spinning?
Yeah.
Which direction will you be spinning in, James?
Counterclockwise.
Hello, I'm Morgan Avery. I'm really pleased to meet you. There's probably some people who don't know that.
Aren't you that
on
big
camera.
mouth dickhead from the
I'm a big
internet?
mouth dickhead. This is Hollywood Ben Gracewood.
I'm Ben Gracewood.
I'm James Brown.
Yeah.
What did you call me? Resident expert.
Yeah,
Resident
resident
expert.
expert,
Yep.
according to the thing that
Yep.
probably I assume played before
Yeah.
we came in.
I hope so.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Close to fraud calling me an expert.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm an expert in.
So I feel like we've made some mistakes with the beginning of the show.
Yeah, I'm reading
just-
the tweets are rolling in pretty good, but yeah.
I wonder,
yeah.
do you think we should just start again and pretend,
That's always a good call.
or do you think we should just accept kind of we've started at rock bottom, and now the only way is up?
Wait,
The
are we
Discourse
recording?
We're out live.
We're not only recording, we are on the internet.
Is this live?
This is live. This is a live election
But
night
look,
discuss.
Look, it's better than last time, right? Last time we were really struggling. This time we've even got a fact apocalypse, right?
Factpocalypse.
I've actually got I've got facts on my iPad right here.
That's amazing. I have paper. I'm sure.
I have a
I had no
Yeah.
facts. Last time I had no facts at all. So this is going well. Should we what do you want to do? Should we run through our elections we're going to watch, or you got something else?
Yeah, we can do that.
Let's give us
And
sort of
do you
a
mean
rundown
electorates,
on
exciting
what some of
electorates?
the interesting
Some of the
things
interesting-
to look at this evening are going to be.
The one
What can we expect?
What can we expect? I think it's going to be a really, really close run thing in Helensville this year. Really close. Like John Key only won by 21,000 votes last time out.
Yeah. He's not very
Who
popular.
did he
that guy.
beat? Who
doesn't
was
have
the
much of a
second
profile.
person? Who was second place in his?
Don't know.
No.
None of the above, I think,
Yeah.
was second.
But more seriously, what? There's a few others. Auckland Central.
Auckland Central is actually potentially very exciting. Now,
Yeah.
the boundaries, I think, for Auckland Central have changed.
Yeah.
And possibly in a way that is not going to be beneficial for Jacinda Ardern, who lost by only about 700 votes last time to Nikki Kay.
Yeah.
Auckland Central, for like all of the previous history, was a pretty safe Labour seat, I think.
Yep.
Is that right, resident expert?
Well, certainly a safe left seat.
Safe left seat?
Yeah.
They
got
were
the social credit
they were
or someone?
the Alliance
The Alliance. Oh, of course.
under Sandra Lee.
really?
That's right.
Yeah.
of
Wow.
course. Yeah.
So that's a vote splitter there as well, isn't it? Because Nikki Kay beat Jacinda Ardern by less than the votes that the Greens candidate got last time out.
Absolutely.
So if the Green voters had voted for Labour candidate, Jacinda would have got in. Right. So another one of those is
I
Napier.
don't. Yes,
yeah,
I don't expect. Now, hopefully there are smart Green voters in Auckland Central. Denise Roche, I think, is the Green
Yeah.
candidate.
Yeah.
She's lovely, but
We've got graphics.
Hey, we've got numbers up.
Sorry.
That's great. Is that this year's results or is that from last time?
what are we looking at here?
These
That-
so the graphics you're seeing on the bottom of your screen.
The number there,
on Discourse at the
19
moment.
colon 17.
Yeah, they're coming from
Is that?
they're coming
that's
from
the
the
time.
work of Dylan Reeve, and they're real, and they're live.
Who's
They're-
responsible for switching cameras? Because I'm not talking.
Yeah.
These guys are talking.
There you go. Can we have a look at the setup there at Discourse Votes here? Just look at that.
yeah.
The setup is amazing, and
Everybody
the thing
wave
is,
to our very large and professional
numbers-
press.
Get away, you go. Cut back. There we go.
Yeah, the numbers you're seeing are as live as everyone else has. TV3, TVNZ, anyone else. Those numbers are as live as anything else.
And this time, we had an amazing crew. Some of the
Yeah.
same people last time, but this time
Yeah.
we have a live audience.
We have live studio audience.
right here
thank
in
you.
our
I don't know if I
secret
need this.
location.
No,
We're
No, I
not,
don't-
we're not
I'll be
apparently
all right.
going to show them. Yeah, there we go.
Hello,
Yay!
studio audience.
Hey, democracy! All right.
It's a party here at Discourse.
and it's come back to me again. who keeps pushing the Morgan button? Is it because I gave you trouble before? I called you number 8. I know. I know. I understand.
Ah, excellent. Excellent.
So what am I going to start calling the producer over there?
Dylan?
Is it Dylan that's pushing the buttons? No, Chris, you're amazing.
Yeah.
This is where the talent is.
What?
All right?
Do I stare
I'm the blowhard that just keeps talking too much when we've been going for about 2.5 hours and everyone else is out of energy. That's the wrong name. That's not my name.
That's true.
This is going so well.
That's going to be confusing for some people.
I want to come back and talk about vote splitting because I really love, like you said earlier on, that you love vote splitting when.
It sounded like you were going to say something intelligent.
Yeah, when vote splitting goes your way. I don't know we don't know which way you go, but.
When it's beneficial to candidates who support policies that I alter.
So if we have a look at Napier, Napier's my favourite one, where the Sith Lord Darth McVicker.
Yeah.
So Darth McVicker is looking to poach the Nationals' massive majority. They won by 3,700 in 2011.
Who didn't turn their phone off? Chris.
I'm going to need a bottle up in here really soon because I'm getting a bit parched.
So Garth McVicker, he's the one who is into sensible
done this in a really
sentences,
long
is that
time.
correct?
Sensible sentences?
Ones like gay marriage leads to suicide?
Oh, is he that party?
Yeah.
Right.
that was
Yeah, he's
that
conservative.
was that Simon guy in South Auckland. He was
Maybe him as well.
was he the New
No,
Zealand first guy?
that's right. Garth
Yeah.
McVicker thinks that gay marriage leads to an
This
increase
is too
in
warm
petty
to do
crime.
this to, eh?
No, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. You'll be fine. Oh. Okay, moving on.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Have you got your keys?
I've got keys.
Okay.
We can just have a conversation. Just
This is gonna
push it in further.
this is gonna make annoying noises
Yes, I
for
can,
our
I can
sound
hear
people.
him. Yes, I can hear him. And I can't hear myself back. So that is progress. That's amazing.
Okay.
There you go. That's a bottle opener.
Right. Great.
There you go. You got it.
Perfect. Perfect. The people who are watching at home are wondering what's going on. But well,
What's going on is we haven't really got a lot of results yet, so we're filling time.
there's results right up there. I was going to move on to Clutha Southland, which is the first of our tobacco lobbyists. Currently, a brand new tobacco lobbyist electorates.
I've just been told, Ben,
Yeah.
that we actually have 26% of East Coast Bays counted.
Ooh.
And so that's Colin Craig versus Murray McCullough.
How's he going? How's he going?
And how is Colin Craig going? Let's see. Not too well. So he's running less than a third.
He's beating Neighbour. Yeah.
All right.
Is your air really loud?
It's fine. So we've got graphics now, but no cam. Yeah, there we go. Okay, but we need the graphics back as well.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that we're going to. I don't want to blow all of my loads all at once. We
Yeah.
need to drip feed out.
Right.
There's the very thin material that I've
That
got
is
here
true.
on this
I know
piece of
about
paper.
3 useful pieces of information.
Shall we?
So
Yes, I can.
1 per hour would be good.
Yeah. I'm talking to the person who's talking to my ear.
Yeah, no.
Having a
So
conversation.
Ben's just been
Yeah,
told
sure.
that he can
I
turn
can
down
hear
his
you.
earpiece.
Yeah.
This should probably be a different shot. It's me. It's just me again. There we go. So
yeah.
Ben was. He was
having a
complaining that
conversation.
his earpiece was too loud.
Yeah, that's great now. It's perfect. Yeah.
Because we've got all those people that we showed you a minute
feel
ago.
s-
They're
yeah.
doing a lot of really important
They're doing amazing
important stuff. Hello, number 8. So I'm pretty sure last time, did we have tally lights?
No. I don't like.
I think we did.
No.
Well, can you tell me? Can you tell me number 8, number 1,
Number 3.
1, 8,
One.
3?
Number 8. No. Okay.
Expectation has gone up a little.
Well, you're incredible. You're such. I mean, the problems, all of the problems here. Well, I mean, Dylan has introduced some problems.
Do we have any Epsom results yet as well, Dylan?
Dylan, have we got Epsom? We've got some graphics back, so I'm going to assume that your database is running. It's sticking out a little bit, isn't it? There's a problem with the graphics templates.
Yeah.
Everybody at home?
So technical
what
question.
Perhaps
Yeah.
we should get a whiteboard.
A whiteboard?
Technical question.
could roll a
We're
whiteboard
currently
over.
sitting at just over 10% of the vote counted.
Yeah.
Now, does that
Does
include...
that mean we can make a conclusive call as to what the result will be?
I think it's probably, not only is it not too early to call it, I'd say
Yeah.
it's probably too late to call the election at
Too
this
late.
point. No, does that include advance votes?
I'm sure it must, right? It must include. That's probably why.
Did they only start counting advance votes at 7?
Oh, that's a
Have
good
they
question.
been in locked boxes?
No. How did they know how? Oh, no, because they crossed them off the roll. They must have just started counting them at 7, yeah.
So that's
yeah.
actually something we can talk about
Yeah.
in advance of having actual results. We can talk about how incredible the advance votes have turned out this year.
700,000, was
Over
it?
700,000 votes by
Yeah.
last night.
Yeah.
I think that is something like 3 times what it was last election.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to say last year a few times. Everyone just translate in your head. What
Yeah.
I mean is
I keep thinking that too.
2011.
Last
Yeah.
time, last week.
Time.
Yeah.
Last week. Last night, in the previous election,
Yeah.
it was a couple of 100,000 over that couple of weeks advance period. So,
Yeah.
what do you think that's going to mean? Who do you think is voting early? Do we have any idea who's going to benefit from that? Because I know that the Greens started really
Yeah.
early on promoting advance voting. Labor promoted advance voting. But then also I saw John Key talk about people advance voting. So it's not just the lefties who are promoting it. So and I think historically the advance vote was it swung right
Yeah.
pretty hard.
Did it?
Organised people who were going
Yeah.
to be busy on election day.
Right, as opposed to shift workers and
Yeah.
others, right.
That's a long-standing piece of conventional wisdom that has always
possibly
struck a
false?
wrong chord with me. That organised people tend to lean right.
Yeah.
Therefore, that when there's a low voter turnout, it
Yeah.
favours the right.
There are
Maybe
lot
that's
of
just
very
something I don't want to believe.
amazingly
So we've got-
false things that are said about people on the right
Like these,
and people on the left.
yeah, the early votes can't have been counted because we've got total votes counted 460,000, 54,000 specials. So that's going to sound real
I
crunchy.
know I'm really worried about the
It seems like a bit of a waste to have people vote early
Yeah.
and then not count them
Keep them in
early.
a locked box. I don't know. But National's rolling at 49%, with the 12% of the vote counted. Does that change much as they count more?
Yes.
Oh, because you're saying the early votes swing right.
Yeah, historically,
Yeah,
but I'm not sure
yeah.
if that's going to be true today, and I'm not sure
Yeah.
if that early votes is included there.
Internet mana's up at 1.
Ah, now-
Just whatever electorate
1.4%.
return, and it might just be a case of when they open the box.
Yeah.
That's another piece of conventional wisdom is that people who vote early in the day tend to be national voters.
Oh, it's just gone away? No? Anyway. I spotted Epsom up there for a second.
Yeah.
Maybe Dylan could bring it back.
Everyone knows Labor
Yeah.
voters are shiftless layabouts
Yeah.
who sleep in
Right,
and
right,
vote
right.
and first thing in the afternoon.
Yeah.
You know, I have to confess, as a non-Labor voter, I do sleep in.
Yeah.
I mean, now this might be hard to believe.
Good
I,
move.
I really had not decided who I was going to vote for, probably until last night.
Really?
I had not made a decision.
Is that because you're in Epsom or?
Well, I'm in Epsom, so my candidate vote, my electorate vote, it was, as a lefty, it was decided for me. If you're a lefty and you're in Epsom, if you don't vote for Goldsmith, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Because that's how you get backed out. Extraordinarily unpopular
It must be
from the party vote. No chance of getting a member of parliament from the party vote because they're so far away from the threshold. Well, actually, we're going to find out, I suppose, in the ultimate poll,
Yeah.
what their party vote's been. I think it could be under 1%.
A very poor chance of getting more than one candidate,
Yeah.
even if David Seymour was to win in Epsom.
Yeah, that's right, because their party vote is so low.
David Seymour's 2,800 votes to Goldsmith's 1,700 right now.
Ooh.
But with only 15% of the results counted.
Right.
So, yeah.
Hopefully we can't draw any conclusions
Yeah.
from that. I would like it to be closer than that.
Nikki Kay is up by 244 on Jacinda Ardern,
That means nothing.
14%. Yeah.
How's Waitakere looking?
There isn't Waitakere anymore.
Oh, sorry, what are they called now?
Upper Harbour. Is
Ah.
it? Upper Harbour? Where are we? Upper Harbour. Paula Bennett, she's fair spanking Herman Ritzliff. Yeah.
To right away eat this burrito.
Yeah, do it. I mean, it's from our sponsor, Next Cali Fresh, so they'd want you to enjoy it more than...
I'm definitely going to enjoy it.
Yeah. And let's look at Napier then. Oh, yep. Stuart Nash, Labour candidate, is up on National in Napier. We know it's only 10% of the vote counted, but Garth McVicker's pulling in 1,600 votes already.
Is he pulling in
Oh, massively. So yeah.
Mick Vicker wasn't there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So if Mick Vicker wasn't there, Wayne National would probably, if all the Conservative went to National, they'd be getting 4,000 votes. They've only got 2,400, and the Labour guys got 3,300. So definitely pulling his weight there quite well. It's good.
So does this mean we actually now have to become fans of Garth McVicker?
I think so. I like his
Fans of his existence, certainly.
Because Trojan Horse, awesome.
Are you saying we're biased?
I am biased.
Yeah.
I am biased. But
Yeah.
I've arranged a guest to come on who I think is a right winger,
Okay.
and
what's
also
that?
who is not a dude,
Right.
which is highly
good.
beneficial. I was told off because I've criticised. I mean, it's a sausage party. Look at this. Look at this. You're not fat, but it's. I'm going to pretend just for a second. It's three fat guys with glasses talking shit.
These are new
Complete
glasses, by the
bollocks.
way. Do you like them?
And we're all white.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
This feels like it's non-representative.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway,
Would now
but-
be a good time to apologise for being a man.
And that's actually, there are a lot of crazy things that have happened during this campaign that I'd like to talk about. And the man apology, that's one of them.
We've got
I'd say the
we have an
reaction to it
illustrator.
has been crazy. I don't think there's anything crazy about his apology,
do you-
personally.
Do you know we had an illustrator on Discourse Votes?
I didn't know that. I'm very excited about that.
Carry on talking and I'll find it.
I thought that I had an opportunity to eat, but
Oh, sorry.
I'll put this
No,
away.
I'll come back. No, you carry on eating.
I bet what the stream, what the YouTube guys want is a corn chip.
The corn chip crunching? Yeah.
So electorates that I'm interested in watching.
Yep.
Not Helensville. It's a
No.
joke that we'd be watching Helensville.
Yeah,
John
it is,
Key is
it
going to
is.
win Helensville.
Yeah.
Auckland Central, of course, that we've already spoken about. Nikki Kay is currently up by a couple of hundred votes, but there was only 14% of the vote. Christchurch Central, I think, is going to be very interesting. Nikki, is it Wagner or is it Wagner?
I don't know. And
Wagner.
Wagner?
She's from South Island, so they probably pronounce it
It is
the
Wagner.
laziest
Yeah,
way
yeah.
possible. She beat Brendan Burns. It had been a Labour seat for a long time, right? Christchurch Central.
Yeah.
Brendan Burns defeated by 47 votes last
It was
time.
close. It was very close.
And since then, I feel like the sentiment of Cantabrians towards National really hasn't improved.
no.
You'd have to
Not
say.
post-earthquake. No,
So we're going to
no.
see what's happening between Nikki Wagner and Tony Milne, who's
Yeah.
the Labour candidate there.
Yeah.
Could go either way. I actually don't know what the polling has been saying about that. Now Napier, that you've just mentioned, Clutha Southland.
So this is
one
where
I think that you're very interested
Bill
in.
English has stepped down, replaced by a boy child. Is it Todd McClay? Mm-hmm. Boy child slash
It says Barclay here.
Todd Barclay, is
Yeah.
it? Sorry. And tobacco lobbyist again.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to win, right? Because Bill English had
And it's-
16,000 votes last time round, majority.
The tobacco connection bothers me a little bit, of course, because this whole whale oil, Cameron Slater stuff, dirty politics stuff, that was partly funded
Yep.
by the tobacco lobby.
Yes.
So it's a bit gross
Yeah.
that National have an actual tobacco lobbyist
Two. Yeah.
as one of their candidates.
Yeah.
It's a bit gross. I guess they didn't know that was going to happen. How could they? Of course, Epsom.
Yes.
Number one battleground, I think, as far as everyone's concerned. Very boring electorate.
Boring? And how? How so?
Because it's like people don't necessarily get who they actually want. Like no one gets who they actually want. All
Right.
those people voting for David Seymour,
They want
they
national.
want National. People who support National don't get to vote for their National candidate. James has got a problem with what I'm saying that all of the smart lefties in the electorate have to vote for Goldsmith, and they never get him.
Yeah.
And it's going to probably be Seymour again.
It's looking that way.
Who knows? Maybe
This
not.
election is a little different though. With ACT polling so low, it's nowhere near as advantageous having an ACT win in Epsom
Yeah.
as it has been the last few elections.
Yeah. Because
So
he doesn't
is
even
it-
drag one more in.
Can we call Epsom the number one battleground this election? Let's talk
I
about
get
Te
maybe-
Tai Tokerau.
Actually, that's really interesting. So this is Hone Harawira Mana, who has an alliance with the Internet Party guys for a bunch of money, and so they've got to put. Are they 2 and 3 on his list? Is it Internet people? Is it Mana, Internet Mana, and something like that?
Yeah.
Like I think it was not like
it is,
it wasn't Mana,
yeah.
Internet Mana,
Yeah,
Internet.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And so that's Kelvin Davis
yeah,
versus Hone Harawira,
yeah.
and I think Hone won it really soundly last time.
yeah.
Yes.
And he's
But the advanced polling this time,
Has a presumed lead.
it's not
I would say.
close. I mean, it's gotten close.
Yeah.
It's much closer than it was.
yeah, at 14% of Te Tai Tokoro counted, Hone's 400 votes up on Kelvin Davis.
Right.
So yeah, he's doing
And
all
did he
right.
win? He won by a couple of thousand last time, I think.
No, it wasn't that much.
It wasn't that much?
I can tell you, if I can bring up the fact apocalypse.
It was 1165.
Yeah, 1165.
That was really
Did you
unfair.
say about 1,000?
I think I said a couple of thousand.
All right, yeah.
That was really unfair of me to gazump Ben because he wrote this number on this piece of paper. So I made it look like I was more organised.
His facts again.
That's his fact. It's from his fact apocalypse document. Ben makes the best documents. We're playing that game, are we?
Do you know we've got an illustrator today?
Tell me about this illustrator.
Joshua Drummond, Cakeberg. I'm not sure if we can put it up on screen. We might have to zoom
Winston,
in.
the kingmaker.
We might have to get a close shot on that.
So is this a thing?
Maybe we could bring it
Dylan,
up on screen
can we
as
like
some kind of
send
technical.
pictures to you and you can put them into it?
Okay, there's no easy way to do that.
All right.
So Cakeburger on Twitter, he's doing some illustrations. This is kind of the theory of what might be the case.
Now he was actually drawing that up live over about the last half hour.
Okay. Yeah.
It's very nicely coloured, which you
Fantastic.
can't see.
Right.
It's very subtly coloured, like a watercolour.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think that's going to be the case?
Winston the Kingmaker, yes, it's
Yeah.
definitely going to be the case. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if it is. Based on where the results are running right now. I mean, look at that. National are running at 49%.
Is this the way we're doing graphics now?
Can you show us the overall party results? Yeah. Yes, we'd
Yeah.
like to see the overall results.
We want to see parties.
Yes. Either or.
What does the graph look like?
Either or. To me, the graph.
I would like a graph.
What's happening with the graph is that
Oh, that's fantastic.
Look at that.
That is a hell of a lot
That's so professional.
of New Zealand first. That's all right.
That's fine.
That's
fine.
fine.
We can talk to that.
I prefer it this way. That's a lot of New Zealand first.
It is. Ah, right.
So should that be white type
Is
on
this-
black? That one should it?
Dylan, is this the? We can eat. You can eat now, Morgan, while that's up on screen as well.
Let's quickly.
No, don't cut back.
Cut away, cut away. Don't look at your
Oh
screens.
God. Go back to the graph. Bastard.
Would you have taken longer to fix that if I wasn't eating? Would you have taken longer to fix it if I wasn't eating at the time? Right. Fair
No,
enough.
I've been refreshing the election results graph, and I mean Labor's down at 23% now. What were they polling at?
26.
Yeah, they're just absolutely getting slammed. Greens at 10%. I mean, it's very early days,
early
like you
days.
say. It's early days, but that's
So
the
we're
case,
also interested in Oharu, not because there's any chance that Peter Dunn won't win,
yeah,
but because it's another one of these seats where the deal has been done,
yeah.
and it's a kind of a free
Well,
hit for National.
He only won by 1,300 votes last time round. So
Yeah,
You know,
I'd vote for him if he was my electorate MP though.
you would?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, even after the GCSB rubbish?
Yep. Yeah, because because I'm only interested in Snapper.
Right, and hunting.
I'm that
Yeah.
mythical voter that
Yeah.
John Key relies on so much. Who
right.
cares about
All you care about is snapper quota.
fishing? Yeah.
Yeah. That's good
And
to know.
nothing else.
Literally nothing else.
I'm the opposite. See, my single issue that I've chosen to vote on is cycling. And,
Right.
and there's been so much cycling policy that's fantastic. So
National
National are going to spend
policy.
$100 million on cycleways. Greens are going to spend lots. Labor's going to spend lots. ACT are going to ban, get rid of the.
Ban helmets.
Yeah, well,
That's
they're
it.
going to
Okay,
ban cycle
helmets.
helmet.
I've
You're
never
not allowed
seen
to
you
wear
on a bicycle.
You're not going to be allowed to wear a cycle helmet.
Do you actually cycle, or are you just
I do.
a theoretical
I
support?
do cycle. I do cycle.
He
I've gotta
cycles,
say-
but now I'm not sure what shot we're on right now. He's wearing quite dark clothing. He cycles, but you
saying,
can tell from
like-
his physique that he has a bicycle with an electric assist motor.
It is.
on
I
it.
still have to push.
I'm not joking.
That's why I can eat the burritos.
I'm surprised it's even legal on the bike lanes. You're a
No, it is.
loopholer.
It's below 300 watts, so it's completely legal.
So does it make a strange noise?
A little bit.
Because I'll listen out for you.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also a resident of the Ninch,
Yeah.
Te Ratu Peninsula,
Yeah.
so, you know.
Do you cycle the cycle way
No.
occasionally? Oh, no.
I did used to walk up and down it just for exercise.
Yeah. It's a bit rough right now. It's all over
Yes.
the place. The amazing thing is, though, they're completely rebuilding the Northwestern Motorway. We'll just take a diversion for a minute here.
We're talking about bicycling.
Yeah.
All right.
But while they're rebuilding the Northwestern Motorway, they
I'm ready
actually...
to start playing computer games. Prison
They're
architect.
keeping the cycleway open, and they're having to divert
At the
it and-
expense of the
the
transit lane.
bus lane. Yeah, it's quite. I feel like superior riding along it. It's great. It's great.
Will I regret it if I look at
Twitter.
Twitter?
I don't know.
Will Twitter be like, these guys are muppets?
This sucks.
Well, we get better as we go. I promise. I never know which camera to look
Any
at.
idea
It's
how many-
8 again.
Do we have any idea how many people are watching?
Can we find out?
Should we
Hey,
go-
producer, how many people are watching? Is that quite few?
He doesn't know. It's 155 people. Crikey. Should we go and talk to the studio audience?
That's not bad.
That's pretty bad.
155.
What is that noise?
A couple of those will be my relatives.
Yeah. Same. Do you want to look at some results?
Yes.
There you go. You can look at electrics and
Oh,
stuff
thank you.
through there. Yeah. We're not talking about anything. People are watching us just browsing our computers right now. This is the thing, as I have...
From memory, that was about 90% of the feed last time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to put an execution chamber into my prison and prison architect here.
You're just going to play Prison Architect. That's
Yeah.
great. That's great.
I'm wondering why the internet's still a bit... Well, it's the first time I've sworn on this show, I think.
No, you said fuck before as well.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
That's probably going to be the last, though.
We've lost 5 viewers. Speak
That's
more.
all right. So I'm going to propose that we
Should we get some...
type passwords
Feedback
without
or not?
speaking out loud. I'm going to propose that we have a competition. So one of our sponsors is Epic. If we get over 1,000 viewers on the stream at once,
Yeah.
then you get to have all of the Epic that's left and a T-shirt at the end of the
That
night.
sounds
Wait, who gets to?
If we get over 1,000 votes,
viewer.
then, and we'll have some kind of thing on Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like you'll enter on Twitter by just if you use the hashtag, and if you're in New Zealand, because I don't really want to ship it overseas, then now it might be like one beer left. Well, you'll definitely get a T-shirt though.
Yeah.
But the point really is that we
Well,
get
what
over
would be a T-shirt?
1,000 viewers
Yeah.
at one
So
time.
people can
and
enter
that
by-
activates the competition.
People can enter by blackmailing or cajoling or begging anyone
Convince
they
your friends
know
to watch.
Yeah.
to watch.
And you can also talk about it. Just use the hashtag,
Okay.
I guess.
I'll tweet that out. So what are we giving away? $1,000 if we get 1,000 viewers. Is that right?
Are you going to cover that, Jules? All right. Yes, if that's confirmed.
Yeah.
Promises
I've had
may not be honoured.
I've had a request from from someone to thank our sponsor. I think he's referring to our location sponsor. So
Who? Does his name begin with a V?
yeah.
Okay, so I was
we're
actually told that we weren't meant to talk about that.
Yeah, so we are at the premises of Vend, one of New Zealand's top growing tech company.
New Zealand's most interesting kind of successful internet startup.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
At the moment.
It's good fun. It's good
I'm
fun.
not going to say things. I'm not going to say bad things about other New Zealand internet startups. Some of them, though, their burn rates are absolutely astronomical, and they're also quite boring.
I wouldn't go. Yeah, wouldn't go there. But no. Yeah, it's very very nice of Vend to sponsor our internet feed and the location. They obviously don't. What is it? The views of the presenters don't in any way reflect the views of our
Yeah,
hosts.
the sponsors do not
of
share our
hosts.
opinions.
No, Epic Beer probably
I
doesn't
would
share
assume
any of
that
our
their
opinions.
opinion was the opposite of ours.
And Mexicali Fresh, they make the best burritos this side of Mexico.
This side of Broadway.
They're on the other side. Oh no, they are on the side.
We have a meat pack to give away.
Apparently,
We do?
$70. We actually have no.
I've got to
kidding.
stop replying
We have
to
a-
Dylan when
we
no
have
one
a
else can
meat
hear
pack
him.
to give away. Now this is not all going to go to one person, and these prizes. No, I mean
Okay.
like one person doesn't get like everything. These are going to get distributed to like people, but only once we had 1,000. If we don't hit 1,000, Dylan is going to be eating the meat pack raw at the end of the broadcast on camera. And of course, delish cupcakes once again.
Yes.
That was tricky timing. Delish Cupcakes, they are our partner in creating the Cupcake Parliament. And you'll remember that from last time. Probably the most popular thing from our last show, our last election show, the Cupcake Parliament. Going to do that again.
Can we cut
Yes.
to a live shot of the Cupcake Parliament?
Should we go and talk to-
no camera.
Can we show
There's
a
no
shot?
camera
No,
over
it's
there.
all right.
Parliament?
It's all right. We're getting the camera
I think
sorted
the
out.
studio audience have eaten the cupcake. Oh no, they're eating burritos.
They're eating burritos. They're eating delicious Mexicali fresh. We got a Fiesta Feast or something. Thanks to
A Mexican fiesta.
Mexican Fiesta. And I'm about to have a burrito siesta. So you guys just cover it for 2.5 hours. I'm going to have a nap.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. We are going to go and check out the cupcake, the Delish Cupcakes lecture map. Should we get some stats updates from
That'd be good.
our resident expert? How's it looking?
Well,
Anything interesting happening?
yes, in Auckland Central, there's currently a slight lead to Nikki Kay, 281.
Yeah.
Interesting to see that Denise Roche of the Green Party currently has 520.
Same again.
Yes.
Same again, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at the feedback on Twitter. So Owen Evans, Buildmaster, glad to see you guys had a trial run on Discourse Votes. Yes, this is as smooth as we planned.
Yeah.
See, this is the run order. So this is go and get a burrito,
Yeah.
come here and stand around for 10 minutes
We had,
after
a call
7
we had
p.m.
a call sheet and everything.
Start the
It was
thing
great.
without having a script. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's perfect. No, this is exactly what we planned. Exactly what we planned.
Apparently we just lost all green viewers by talking about a meat pack.
I resent that because number one, you were a member of the Green Party,
Yeah, I was
and
at
you
one
eat.
stage. Yeah.
Oh, you're no longer a member.
I think I might have lapsed, I'm not sure. But
But didn't
I
you have a
could
green
be.
hoodie?
I did. Yeah, I do have a green hoodie. Yeah.
And you ride a bicycle
I
to work.
voted today in a green hoodie.
And the greens hoodie or a
No,
green?
no, it was just a
Right,
hoodie. It was
okay,
coloured
yeah,
green.
yeah.
James,
I have a
James
greens
is going to vote
hoodie.
Labour.
Right.
Listen, I think he probably had a contract that he had to sign when he turned 18.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is that what the red shoes are about?
Yes.
Anything else interesting happening in the results?
I'm not bothered by the results.
No?
I want to
A
talk
healthy
about.
lead to Phil Twyford
Oh, that's good. In our local
in our local Te Atatū.
Te Atatū Ninch community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not a lot of votes there for Chris Yong of the Internet Party.
Yeah.
There's
What
a
I-
shocker.
Do you know what I found was
right.
quite interesting?
You know, I was for a second I was almost tempted to throw my vote Chris Yong's way just out of moral support. Just didn't like the thought of him, having a very poor showing because a guy I work with was in a band with him. There you go.
How are the Internet Party tracking at the moment? The Internet Mana Party. Like, I was quite surprised that last year Mana alone polled 1%, and so the fact that they'd poured, like Kim.com had poured so many millions of dollars into Internet Mana and was really only bumping it up by 0.5%. How are they tracking overall at the moment? Tracking 1.5%. That's
More than the Maori Party.
So they've gone up 0.5%. Sorry, our producer in my ear said that they're leading in one electorate. What electorate? Oh, Te Tai Tokoro, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, right, yeah.
No, that's
Of
not.
course.
That's not the Internet Mana Party. That's the Mana Party.
How are the Conservatives going? Are they up there near their 4.9%?
Oh, they're there's 4.3. Yeah, certainly in the mid fours.
4%. Wow. Now, Dylan coded. Dylan, did you code the electorate? The parliamentary allocation Saint Lorraine formula or whatever it was. Someone else did. He appropriated some open source code. And but what's interesting to me is it the case that if, for example, the Conservatives get 4.99%, does that help the smaller parties at all? It doesn't, does it? Because they just drop that percentage. Dylan's saying only as much as the votes went to someone else. But what is that? No, I mean, it means that the larger... What? Come over here and talk about... Tell us what's going on. I don't understand. So I'm trying to visualize this. So that means that 95% of the votes get...
Well,
attributed
Dylan comes
to
over here.
Wales. Yeah.
Oh, he's got a mic. No, he's ready to go.
Yeah.
My understanding is that a large parcel of votes being...
Hey, welcome Dylan, our producer and the person that made this all happen.
So, just hypothetically, the Conservative Party narrowly missing 5%.
4.99 is what we want.
4.99.
Yeah.
But
No, that doesn't help because
that
what
actually
happens-
benefits the larger parties, doesn't it?
Well, no. Maybe every party that qualifies that gets 5 electorate seat gets 5% or an electorate seat goes into a new pool. All their votes are added up and the percentages are created from that. Right, so it's not like 4.9% that's gone. It's just it's only that those 4.99% of votes that went to Conservatives didn't go to presumably National or ACT. So, hey, look, I'm on the TV.
But it is effectively,
Can I get back?
for the purposes of the count, it's as if those 4.9% of people had not voted.
Yes, yeah. Only the votes that were cast for qualifying parties end up allocating allocating list seats. But it doesn't make much difference, I don't think. I'm gonna go now. It's really comfy here, though.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not as comfortable as you might think.
I might take this with me so I can talk to you annoyingly from over there. Yeah.
So that's the thing, is I'm having conversations with you and
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
yeah.
So with 91.5% of the advance votes counted.
How did you know that?
Because I'm looking at the results on the internet, Ben.
Right.
You'll be pleased to see, Morgan, only 168 votes so far for the civilian party.
That was actually the first thing I was going to point out. Civilian party only 168,
Like a regular
0.03% of votes. So those are people who don't know when to stop a joke, I think. If you are really upset with the whole process, then, I don't know, like start a fucking blog or something.
Yeah.
Don't blow your vote on something stupid.
So it looks to me like...
Find the people who you will.
Yeah.
You can, amongst all of the parties in New Zealand, you can definitely find a party who has policies that you will support. And if you'd rather vote for a stupid joke about ice cream, fuck you.
Now,
And that's why some people think that we shouldn't live in a democracy.
there are people who, for philosophical reasons, feel that it's better to not vote.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. But a joke vote is stupid.
A new idea that I stumbled across the other day that I quite like is the idea that if you choose not to vote, then the way you should do that, you should make that decision in a polling booth.
Yeah.
So show up on the day.
Spoil your vote.
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Then you're making a stand for not
It would be
voting.
nice if there was actually an
You're
option.
demonstrating to
Yeah,
yourself
you're
and to
making
anyone
the
else
effort,
that,
yep.
that
If there
you're not
actually
just
was a
too
none
late.
of the above, that'd be quite interesting.
Yeah.
Or some kind of protest option.
A no vote.
Yeah.
I choose not to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
And if
that
we
I'm
had compulsory
encouraging
voting, then you'd have to have that, I think.
I think people who feel
Yeah.
that they're
So from the
So
from the advanced
hang on,
votes,
I've got some important things coming in via the Twitter. It's a picture. It's an ASCII picture of a penis,
okay.
and says
Does it
An
say do a barrel
ejaculating
roll?
penis.
it says read my feedback on air. It's to NZ Ben, the Morgan, and the other dude, whoever that is. Yeah. So
Thank you, Josh Ford.
yeah, fair enough.
That's the nicest thing anyone said about me all day.
Sorry, I interrupted you because that dreadfully important. feedback.
So from the
what I was
advanced
going to
votes,
say is that
National
yeah.
are running at 48% of the advanced votes.
What was interesting to me is that when you look at the overall status, I think what's happening is that the overall status basically is the advanced votes.
Yeah.
Because they're very, very, very close to each other. Either that or the advanced votes reflects the rest of it as
So
well.
I'll just go through the first couple there. National
Yeah.
48%, Labour Party 23%, Green Party 10%, New Zealand First 9%, Internet Mana 1.5%, Māori about 1.5%, and ACT 0.79%.
0.79.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Done that. Conservative 4.4%. That is actually higher than I expected it.
So what's the most counted electorate? Northcote, 29%. Jonathan Coleman, well ahead. What do we do? Like, what do they do on the shows when they call an electorate? Is that?
Well, I mean, I guess it's how far ahead does someone have to be? Like, we can already call Helensville.
Yeah, we can call her. Okay, so are we officially calling
Oh,
Helensville?
we need to get the what is this? The cable drum. The cable drum of decisionness.
I have to make some
Have we
adjustments.
got a camera that can see this? Because this is the deciding coffee table.
I don't know if we can even see it.
Can you even see it? Yes, well, you can sort of see the colour of it. So let's see, what colour is Helensville
Hang on,
going to go?
give me a
Do I need to
second.
get out of the way?
I need some time.
Yes, you can see it.
I need some time.
Connect to its access point, Ben.
Okay, well, we have to randomize it to make sure that it gets the result right.
It's so exciting. I don't know what's going to happen with Helensville. So just to summarise, this is the competition between
decidinator.
John Key and some motherfucker.
Yeah.
Which way could it possibly go?
The drum of decidinating is flashing.
Yep.
We might need to cut to that camera to see it, and then yeah. Can we get a shot of the drum? There we go.
So we've got 19% of the vote counted. John Key is running at 4,500, and his nearest competitor is
Captain Haddock.
There you go. So
yeah. So Labour is running at 800. John Key is running at 4,500.
so we're calling Helensville.
We're calling Helensville
for blue.
For blue.
Yeah.
That would have been great
If it was on camera.
for blue.
Blue.
There we go. Yes.
Yes, we got some
Technology
blue
worked
there.
perfectly. It was so
Yeah.
smooth too.
Right.
So like sometimes people have octopuses to. That's more about prediction, really. Well,
Yeah,
this is a
that's right.
prediction.
Yeah.
This is a prediction. The coffee table of predictions. That went great, guys. We should keep doing
That
that.
was
all
really, really
evening.
good. That was really good.
So now it would be really funny if it doesn't go to John Key. But it wouldn't, literally, it would never
That
happen.
would be hilarious.
It would be pretty funny.
We called the feedback from the wrong person. This is appalling.
What? Did you make a mistake?
I think I called the feedback for the person who had retweeted the feedback.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, it's all right.
Well,
It's all right. He won't. The person that I've slighted won't mind at all. He won't be bothered in the slightest. Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at some of our battlegrounds. Christchurch Central, 23% counted. The leading candidate is National.
by a fairly,
She's 600
a fairly
votes
healthy
ahead
lead
of
there.
Tony Milne.
Yeah.
Let's see how that one
Yeah.
progresses.
Are we ready to check out our delicious cupcakes, cupcake electorate,
Are we ready to have a look at the Cupcake Parliament?
cupcake parliament?
Is that really annoying?
Because we need to put that called electorate on it, don't we?
All right, we're going to have our first look at the Cupcake Parliament.
It'll be coming in a little bit.
Now, even
Yeah.
though we've called a seat,
Yeah, exactly.
let's make one blue.
Yeah.
We
Let's do
need an
that.
official froster. I'm
official froster.
not going to be the official froster. I'm going to
kick it
delegate
off.
that
Yeah.
task. We're going to make our way into the audience. Can I please get a volunteer to be the official froster? Because we've just called an electorate. We've called, now this is going to be controversial. We've called Helensville for national, for John Key.
John Key. Thank you.
So make sure you put it on the right.
On the right? Oh, right.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. This is not going to be smooth, this first one.
You set me up.
I didn't mean to set you up.
Don't squeeze it while you're doing that. Oh, one's fallen over.
I think on this side. Yeah.
So what's been the expert commentary on that? Like I've seen seats like say Te Atatu will have the Labour candidate like 50 or 60%, but then National will be ahead on the list. It's quite an interesting thing going on.
You're asking for expert commentary at a discourse thing.
You could talk about it.
Yeah, okay, we could talk about it. Oh God, that's so beautiful. Congratulations, John Key. Very well done. He's a little battler. It's nice for something to finally go well for that guy.
National currently have a one-cake lead. A one cupcake lead.
Listen, Cupcake Parliament is the best. It's the best thing. Like a lot of other stuff that we do here is really good. For instance, the coffee table of decisioning. That is brilliant, and it went really well on the stream, I'm sure. I bet we got lots of extra viewers just from this LED light strip.
We're going to
But-
lose most of those viewers later on when we start Indian leg wrestling.
No, but wasn't Patrick Gower doing like arm wrestling? Who would win in an arm wrestle, John Key or David Cunliffe and stuff? Like they were talking about that the other night. A lot of people got angry about it on the internet. There's no shortage of anger on the internet.
Who would win a walnut lookalike contest
Yeah.
with Patrick Gower and a walnut?
It would be close. I really like Patrick Gower. For a long time, I thought he was.
fantastic.
I thought he was terrible. But then on the day that Judith Collins, who is one of the craziness things that I wanted to talk about at some point,
She's about six of the
On the
craziness.
day that her resignation was announced, and he was by himself in the studio, like no one expected it to happen.
Yeah.
He may have been there already, and he was just so excited and so into it. Not because
So pumped.
of. Like, just because of the fact that
was
something
news.
like
It was news.
it was
News,
political
news.
news. It's on
Yeah.
his beat, and he's just
Yeah.
into it. And I found it really charming.
So, I wish we had some information about whether based on these numbers, National could form a government. Surely they could, right? 61. They've got 61
62 is
seats.
the magic number.
They've got 61 seats all themselves, and David Seymour's smashing Epsom.
Yes.
So it's basically a national.
At the moment,
right
we're looking
now.
at a national victory.
Yeah, yeah.
So speaking of Judith Collins, she is sitting. The 21% of the votes been counted in Papakura, which is her electorate, and Judith Collins is leading by a lot. A lot. I thought someone just called me. She's sitting on about 4,000, and the Labour candidate is sitting on about 2,600. And so, even though she's proven herself to have a certain kind of character, she's back. I mean, I don't think it was going to be in doubt, though, was it?
What would you say are the chances we'll get to the next general election without a by-election in Papakura?
I don't think that she's going to quit.
Judith Collins.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, did you see that
think she'll tough it out.
they're refusing to release all of her communications with whale oil under the OIA because she's no longer a minister?
Right.
So if she comes back in, then they're going to get that information, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like it would stand up to too
No,
much scrutiny from
no,
the
it doesn't.
ombudsman,
It doesn't.
because it was made when she was a minister,
Yeah.
and I think that's
Yeah. You think it was the last minute gasp to stop it coming out before the
Yeah.
election?
yeah.
It's a bit rough. So Napier is still going Labour, is it? Oh, that's interesting.
So now believe it or not, we have a lot of technology on Discourse Votes 2014. One of the things that we have is camera 8. Another thing we have, actually, we've got a roving reporter. We've got Ryan Sproul, who is travelling around Auckland, going to various political party election night parties. Do you know which one he's at first, producer? He's going to come to us live in about 10 minutes from the Greens party, which I think is at Hopetown Alpha in Auckland. And
I'm very much looking forward to seeing.
I just want to get you
he
ready
has
for
to
this,
say.
because we're not really going to be able to have a conversation with him. The technology that we're using, we barely know how to make it work. And we're pretty confident it will work. But I'm told that there is a 10-second audio delay. So we won't be able to talk back and forth with them. So whatever Ryan gives us, that's
Yeah.
what we're going to get, and we should be grateful for it.
It'll be a handy bathroom break though for us.
Yeah,
Because
we
we
have
can
an
just-
opportunity to grab another
We
beer.
can we can cross to
or
Ryan
fill up a glass
and we
of
can just
water.
move on. Yeah.
Hopefully he can
Yeah.
fill for about 15 or 20 minutes. Does Ryan know we want him to fill for maybe 30, 45 minutes even?
Hey, this is a
'Cause I wanna go and
fantastic
have a
new piece
bath.
of technology. Look, we're getting
getting
live
tweets.
tweets.
Look, where was that? Yeah, look. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some live tweets right there. Yeah.
So if you tweet, is that based on the hashtag?
It's artisanal, handcrafted, curated tweets from our producer Dylan Reeve.
Being professionally
Yeah.
moderated.
Yeah.
And
When you
so if you tweet,
Dylan, when you talk now, are you on the stream or are you? Okay, okay. Because it's very weird. I feel so strongly now for like Paul Henry and others who are live on TV, getting people in their ear, because I just really want to have a conversation with Dylan when he's talking non-stop in my ear, like right now.
So can
it's
we
really
actually,
hard.
we did, you pointed out even that we had a question there on the stream from @Tanya, and she said, can you tell us what John Key's having for dinner?
Can we?
Yeah, he's having pizza and champagne.
All right. Yeah.
I don't know, I mean just, well, so the producer was also saying last year for 3 years ago.
Oh, I keep saying that as well. I was saying that when we were getting ready for this.
James is probably starting to feel really put out by this because he hasn't got an earbud.
No, I'm 50-50 on that. I was offered one and turned it down.
I've got to tell you, it's a distraction.
It is.
I think
It's
I'm
tough.
not giving any sign outwardly that he's talking to me that way.
Yeah.
I feel left out, but at the same time I feel like I don't look like a dork in the Secret Service. So.
All right, so next on my list of electorates I want to watch out for, well, Rotorua is on the list, but because Tamati Coffee is a bit of a wild card, you know, it's got a
Yeah.
name recognition.
How's that going?
But it's a really solid national seat. Todd McClay won it by over
is.
7,000 votes in 2011.
Looks
So
Yeah.
Tamati is,
He's trailing.
Yeah. I mean, there's only 25, quarter of it counted, but we're running at 2.
yeah, I mean he's running. He's about half of the national vote of Todd McClay.
I thought I heard my own voice. We've got a stream within a stream. Oh, right. That's good. That's handy.
Oh, now we can see what the delay's like. It's not that. Oh, it's actually live. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is. It's really good.
I'm not sure if it's good or bad. If you can hear me. You're... All right.
It gives your voice a sort of
Yeah.
resonant quality.
The YouTube delay's a minute and a half. That means we can talk from the future.
Amazing. Well, we're kind of in the
Yeah.
past, aren't we, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk from-
So let's have a look at Upper Harbour, because Upper Harbour
we can
was
try to predict what might have happened.
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
close in 2011. That
What-
was.
No, you carry on.
Is
Sorry.
this one that doesn't exist anymore? Upper Harbour.
Waitakere became Upper Harbour. There it is. Upper Harbour's up now. 26% counted. We can't read it from here. Yeah. So this is the thing, is that Waitakere has been munged
So
into Upper Harbour
Waitakere went to Bennett by a nine vote
votes.
majority.
9 votes.
Nine
Yeah.
votes, and I think that was after a recount.
Yes.
And I think it went down in the
It went
recount.
to Carmel Cepoloni
Yes.
on special
by
votes.
about 20 votes.
Right.
Yeah.
and then
yeah.
back to Paula Bennett on a
Yeah.
recount.
Right.
So, and what's happened with the? I mean,
Carmel must have been gutted.
we don't do gerrymandering in
I
New
think
Zealand, do we? In terms of
it was more than 9 votes. It was 47.
Yeah.
It was ludicrously close.
yeah. But in terms of that rewrite of the boundaries and that sort of thing, I mean, why is it? Why is
Things
it?
got complicated
Yeah.
for West Auckland.
Why is it so not close now? Like, you know, Paula Bennett's got a massive majority. Is that just national? You know.
Stinks to high heaven.
Yeah. So how does that work?
I don't know.
It's all like hands off and electoral commission and
Exactly. Yeah.
and very, you know, what is it, kosher, isn't it?
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
sure it is.
yeah,
But
yeah.
it does
Yeah.
seem that that Paula Bennett has been shifted to
Yeah.
a safer seat.
So
So Carmel Cepoloni is now in Kelston, and has a narrow lead there.
very narrow.
Not very narrow.
So it looks like Nikki Kay's stretching her lead a little on Jacinda Ardern. Just a tiny bit.
So in Te Tai Tokoro, we've got 16% of the vote counted. Is that the same as it was before? Are
It's
we
a
just running on
little more.
advance still on some of these?
Possibly.
So it's Hone
Yeah.
by about 300 votes. So let's call it. Because it'll be interesting to see what the frosting looks like.
The Te Aratu, looks like Te Aratu, the lead has been cut quite a lot actually there. Because in Te Aratu last time round, Phil Twyford had a good chunky 5,000 odd vote majority, if I remember rightly. But right now it's looking quite slim.
Do you know anything about the national candidate, Alfred Naro?
Alfred Naro. I don't. All I know about Alfred Naro is, I don't know how to put this politely, but every time I came home on my bicycle or in my car, in the last week they were up at the
Yes, I
off-ramp,
saw them a few times.
tooting their horns and asking people to toot horns, and it was Alfred Naro and a whole lot of young white people. And like the demographic of Te Arotu is not necessarily young and white.
No.
And it was surprising me. It was. I guess the Young Nationals are
It's
a campaigning force you can tap quite easily.
This is a filthy word, and it's a terrible thing to admit. I'm deeply embarrassed, but I do have to admit that every time I saw one of his billboards, the word tokenism did pop into my head.
Yeah, I mean that's where I was sort of tending towards. But I was trying to
I
be-
came right out and said it.
So another key electorate that I think is going to be very interesting to watch is Hutt South with Trevor Mallard versus Chris Bishop.
Chris Bishop. Who did Chris Bishop used to work for?
He's a tobacco guy, isn't he?
Yeah. So how many votes have Philip Morris and British American got this election so far?
Well, at least 4,205 in Hutt South.
That's going pretty well for them then, yeah.
So this one is interesting because Trevor Mallard, I think, took himself off the list.
Yeah.
So Trevor Mallard does not make it back to Parliament
Yeah.
if he doesn't win his election.
Really? And the
That better
majority
not be
is-
on the stream because that is dirty. So he's about 10% ahead of Chris Bishop at the moment, and but again that's only 18% of the vote count. Actually this tells us how many are specials. Hey, that's excellent. I'm not sure if this was available on every page.
Because that's really close, right? 500 votes is much closer than it was.
522. Yep. There are a lot of polling places that haven't been counted though.
Yeah. It's pretty slow.
Honestly, I don't care about Hutt South. I don't care about anything that happens anywhere near Wellington. I really don't.
What, don't you? I do.
I don't.
Do you know why I care about Wellington, Morgan?
Because you've got an office there.
Yeah, Ben has an office opening in Wellington soon, and we'd really love to recruit developers in Wellington.
Tell me all about that. I am very interested.
I wish I could drink my epic beer, but yeah.
We should. Can we make sure that our next guest is mic'd up? I'm going to tell you.
Is our live cross impending or not?
The interesting piece of information. Thank you, Carol Green.
Oh, so you.
The Te Arotu boundaries changed since last.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
So I have been called out for suggesting that we should call more electorates because I wanted to see the frosting. I've been called out for that.
Oh, right. Okay.
Apparently, it's not very professional.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Can we get him on Skype?
Oh, we might be able to get him on Skype. I'm not sure.
Dills, are you set up to do Skype calls?
Okay.
All right.
We won't do
Because
it
we
yet.
have an extremely important one that we're going to need to do.
Yeah. It might clash with our live cross, but perhaps I'm not sure. Yeah. How's that live cross coming along? Do we know? So he'll check back soon. Okay. I'm surprised by how close Hutt South has become.
Retweets there complaining about the lack of swearing.
Oh, really?
Cock, knuckles, cock, and piss. Balls.
The lack of swearing. Someone's saying that if you're not watching, Rochelle, at RI on Twitter is saying, if you're not watching Discourse right now, you're really missing out. Independent commentary for the win.
Truly independent
Truly
commentary.
independent, yeah.
No one buys
That as standing for fat.
our opinions.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to be going to the Greens any minute now, and when we come back, a couple of minutes, the amount of time keeps increasing in my ear.
Yeah.
It's a little bit awesome.
We're going to have a live cross
I'm hearing a lot of excuses right
to the
now.
Greens celebration party. Do you think this? Do you think the celebration the Greens are celebrating? What would they be celebrating if they were?
They'll be celebrating being over 10%, and they'll be aiming for 15%.
They're at 10% right now, with 19% of the vote counted.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So I mean, some people were
thank you.
saying that some political pundits and commentators were saying, turn the label. There we go.
Back shot.
Was saying, I would
don't have
say,
pale ale, do we?
rather
Oh, yes.
prematurely,
Yeah, we do.
that Greens
Oh,
were
true.
taking over as the major opposition party. It's clearly not true.
It's not in terms of
Clearly not
coverage and you know, kind of mind share. They're clearly overtaking Labour. They've overtaken Labour in a big way. Basically, I was really surprised in the last year of this last term. Any large event that happened, you'd find the Greens being the first responders to that.
Yep.
And it was especially true when David Shearer and David Cunliffe were like in their kind of, we won't, we'll find out what, we'll find out what we're going to do about that come the next election or come our next term and stuff. Whereas
Yeah.
the Greens would, the obvious answer was no.
Yeah.
Or,
and coherent.
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't seem knee-jerk.
No.
It seemed
no.
like they'd actually just discussed things and they
Yeah.
already knew the answer. Yeah, because they have policy. Amazing.
And their co-leaders are very well spoken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except the
Dr.
Australian.
Russell Norman. Well, there was a period there where you could be forgiven for mistaking him for the leader of the opposition.
Yeah.
He was
That's quite right.
getting the message out there.
Now, but was that during the Shearer era?
But aren't they lower? They're polling lower now than they were when Shearer was on board.
Yeah, but that wasn't during a campaign,
Right.
was it?
No.
That was a year ago.
So we might have to slip in a special mention before we go to this live cross, I think. We'll see how we go.
Yep. Are we going to have...
Yeah.
We can't send things up to this, can we?
No, we can't. It's
How
just
is that on there?
Actually, I don't know. Okay. No, the live cross would have to, yeah.
All right. I
Yeah.
can live with that.
Yeah.
So Russell Norman's actually been in New Zealand a really long time, eh? Is this going to tell me? He's been in New Zealand since 2010. So
That's
Really?
a really
Is that all?
long time.
That's a really long time. That's according to my skim of a Wikipedia page. I'm pretty sure not the actual figure.
Is this your keyring?
It is, yes.
People are harassing me for struggling to open a beer, but
It's a tricky thing.
this is
Usually,
what I'm trying to
I
open
should
it
have
with.
warned you. You have
Yeah.
to come at it from a couple of angles.
well, that's what I was kind of wiggling away at it.
Yeah.
So it's not that I'm incompetent. It's that my tools are
Paul
are
Workman
not good.
blames his tools.
Yeah. Thanks.
There's a lot more crueler things they could be teasing us about.
Yeah.
I feel awkward.
Yeah.
I have long legs, and when I sit on a couch, sometimes I feel quite spidery. So
Do you know what's interesting? You know where we are again, right? We're in the offices of Bend,
Yes.
a fantastic New Zealand startup
listen,
story.
I am not biased about this. I
No.
do say things are shit if I think they're shit.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I've told you that stuff you did was garbage.
Yeah,
This
right.
place is amazing, and I'm really impressed by Bend.
Oh, it's good
Vaughan,
fun.
I've known Vaughan, we're not close. I've been
Yeah.
an acquaintance of Vaughan's for
Yeah.
years through,
Yeah.
there was a web meetup in Auckland for a long time. He is
Yeah.
a great dude, and I'm so impressed by Bend. The success of this place is amazing. And this
it is.
office is beautiful.
Yeah.
And I'm really grateful that we could do this here and use your internet.
Yeah, and he's done amazing things to get the company from nothing to where it is today. And I think, he hasn't done that with zero help at all. Yeah. He's had an amazing person behind him helping him out.
Yeah.
Someone called Mel. And do you know what tonight is?
It's a really special night.
Yeah.
I've been looking forward to tonight for weeks.
It's Mel and Vaughan's 11th wedding anniversary.
11th
tonight,
wedding
so
anniversary. It's amazing.
Congratulations to them.
Congratulations.
We should be our studio audience to clap. So yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah.
Vaughan and Mel.
Yes. To Vaughan and Mel. Cheers.
11 years. Well done.
I've never done anything for 11 years.
Haven't you?
No.
I'm sure you have if you think about it.
No.
Yeah,
Did
well, that's
steal
great.
a bunch of the epic?
I'm not sure.
Because that was meant to be a giveaway. So listen, I've got to tell you, it's not looking very good for the prizes.
No?
No. If people don't share the stream,
Have we lost viewers?
Yeah.
no, we're a little bit up, but
Oh, well, good.
But you're not winning a prize. You're not winning a prize at this level. You've got to share the thing. If you don't share the thing, you don't get the beers. If you don't share the thing, you don't get the meat pack. You don't get the T-shirt. You don't get $1,000. Apparently, Ben promised.
Where's that
Well,
coming
let's call it
from?
$50,000.
I don't
Why
know.
not?
So we're up to 20% of the results counted now. And what was interesting was that at the beginning, National was sitting at 49%, at about 5%. The advance votes got counted very quickly and National dropped down to 48%. And you were saying that advance vote tend to swing
Tends to
national.
swing right. Yep.
Now we're getting into the real votes. So
Yep.
we've gone 16% is about the advance votes. But it's 20% now, national gone back up to 49%.
Right.
So the
Tends to
actual...
be early morning votes counted first.
Really?
Well,
So people get up on the wrong side of the bed and they vote national.
Do they actually do it that way, or
Sounds
do they just grab the
sounds
first
plausible.
box that comes to hand, and that might be the last box that arrives?
Yeah. We could go, I mean, I think there's people counting upstairs right now. Should we go up and have a
Take
look?
We are in
camera
the
up
Epsom no, what's it called? Epsom.
Lots of them.
What's it called?
Mount Roskill, Mount Talbot, I think, here
Oh,
as
is it
well.
Mount Roskill, Mount
yeah,
Talbot?
yeah, I think so.
But we're in the place where they count all the votes. It's happening right above us.
Yeah.
As we speak. So overall,
We should just shout out numbers and try to throw them off.
I'm going to do that in a second. 49% National, 24% Labour, 10% Green, 9% New Zealand First,
And lots of little small
after that,
things.
it doesn't actually display because
Yeah.
things are too small.
Yeah. So Nikki Kay's lead in Auckland Central is coming back down again, just down to 265 with 24% of the results counted.
It's looking scarily like it will be a repeat of the last
Yeah.
two elections,
Yeah.
with Nikki Kay's winning margin being considerably less than the number of people who voted
Yeah.
Green.
Yeah. So the margin is currently 265.
There are a lot.
Even now, the number
yeah.
of people who voted Green, 550.
I'll
over
tell you.
500.
I'll tell you what. Scrolling down that list of electorate results,
Yeah.
there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of close results that are there. I mean, they're going to get less close as the night goes on.
Yeah.
But all of those ones are Labour leads. So
Yeah.
yeah. Thank you. So I love my message
I
from my
like your
lovely wife
jacket.
came in saying my jacket's riding a bit high. So
Oh yeah, you've got to remember to pull
Yeah,
it down, don't
yeah,
you?
yeah.
Always
Don't
pull
want
it
it to go
down.
above your ears.
Pull it down.
yeah. Oh, it's $50,000 now, by the way, the prize if we get to 1,000 viewers.
No,
On
$50,000
Twitter.
prize is probably if we get to like 50,000, 100,000 viewers. 100,000 viewers, $100,000.
Post data personal check.
We've got a suggestion that the $50,000 should go to whoever is willing to eat the meat pack raw.
I'll do it. Sold.
This is not Fear Factor.
Oh, fair enough.
But it does raise an interesting question. Is the meat pack being refrigerated? You got someone to check on
It's,
it? No?
it's
Yeah.
sent to the winner from the supplier,
Okay.
which is
we don't
Green
actually...
Meadow Farms.
Oh,
And they make the amazing animals, and then they kill them. They tear off their skin, and they cut the muscles off their bones,
Yeah.
and then they put them on in little cool boxes, and they post them out to you.
So now I make it 10 minutes since Dylan told us it was 2 minutes to the live cross.
Yeah, don't count on anything. Don't count
He
on
can only
anything.
rely on what he's being told. So yeah, this is true.
Did you know we've been going for over an hour?
Really?
Yeah. Time flies, eh? It's amazing.
It does. It does.
I bet it doesn't fly for our guest.
Right. Should we get a guest on, or are we waiting until after the cross? Shall I go and do it? You don't
I'll
know
tell you
how far away the
what,
cross is.
while we're doing the cross,
Yeah.
we'll get our guest on then.
Okay. Sounds good.
And maybe you'll move over one?
yeah.
We'll do a bit of a shuffle. I might go and take my jacket off because I'm getting really hot. These
Yeah,
lights.
there's going to be time for that. Tell Ryan that he needs to run for about 90 minutes. Yeah.
Why did he go to the Greens first? Is he biased?
He's not actually... He's using public transport and walking.
No, he's using Uber.
Uber.
Oh, okay.
And they're up in
They're in Hopetown,
Hopetown.
Alpha.
Oh yeah. Did you get the invite as well?
No.
But he...
So you are revealing your connections to a specific political party. I'm not a member of any political party. Are you a member of any political party? Have you ever been a member of a
I
political
have been a
party?
member of... Well,
You've been a member of
it's
two,
a-
though, and this is
No, I
bizarre.
haven't been a member of two. I've only ever been a member of one. I joined the Greens after some particularly egregious John Key lie.
Yeah.
That just pissed me off. But I tell you what, when I voted in my 18th year, when I turned 18, I voted first for ACT.
I remember you
my
saying
first
this.
vote. Yeah. And I just so I'm a swing voter. I'll vote for whoever I think is appropriate. Right now, I think Greens are appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never been a member of a political party.
No.
I've considered it.
No.
Decided I should stay impartial. Clearly, I'm super impartial.
Yeah.
No one could say that I had any bias. James, have you ever been a member of a political party?
I have been a member of the Labour Party, but I'm not currently.
All right.
Yeah.
That's no bias then. We're seasoned professionals. You can trust our opinions. I hope that was the right camera. It was the right camera shortly after I looked at it. Which, like, someone's paying attention. That's amazing. So if I go over here. No, nothing.
No,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
you're not paying attention fast enough.
Now here's a conversation to fill in some time
Okay.
while we wait for Ryan.
Yeah.
The creative ways that people found on social media today to avoid
Yes.
breaking any laws.
Yeah.
Oh, are you allowed to talk about your favourite colour?
No.
But you could post pictures
Yeah.
of stuff
Of
that had
everything in
in
your
your
kitchen
house.
that was the bright colour. Yep.
Right.
Yep, I did that.
Right.
And no one blew me on it. I mean, blew me on it. Called me on it.
Oh dear.
So that did give away who I voted for. I had not decided to vote Green. I had not decided that.
Yeah.
And a party voted Green. Is everyone happy to talk about who they voted for? It's not necessarily very interesting, is it?
Yeah, no.
But I party voted Green just because they seem to have policies that I like.
Likewise. It's evidence-based stuff as well that interests me, and also the groundswell lately of what do you call it? Eco.
Eco-chamberism,
No. Green.
eco-consciousness.
Yeah, eco-conscious, but green
Eco.
economy.
Oh yeah,
Green economy
Yeah.
stuff.
yeah.
Eco-conscious economy, and the fact that basically, amazingly enough, the research has been done saying that this is a way to lower emissions, improve the greenhouse situation, and make more money doing it.
Yeah.
And everyone's known that for a long time, but now that shit's getting real, the research has actually been.
Yeah, I mean,
it's been
once the
doing that,
economists
yeah.
actually,
Yeah.
I mean, real economists, not
Yeah.
freaky vegan, people
Yeah.
who seemed like they might not be
Yeah.
impartial.
Yeah.
And they say now that
Yeah.
actually we can make enough
Yeah.
changes to save
Yeah.
the world from catastrophe, which some people are foreseeing with runaway climate change. We can make those changes at essentially no cost because those changes will also reduce healthcare costs because they just make the environment safer to be in. So you don't get lung problems and so on if you start driving electric cars instead of diesel spewing,
Here's an
horrible
interesting.
machines.
Yeah, it's horrible. Absolutely. It's.
I probably wouldn't have voted Green if they hadn't made such a strong swing away. And it hasn't just been this term.
Yeah.
It's been the last couple of terms. But I mean, for a while they were very much organic, hand-grown,
Yeah. Crochet
vegan,
yogurt. Yeah. Yeah.
windfall, hemp, Roman sandals guys,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Yes.
They seemed kind of like
Yes,
Luddites.
absolutely.
They seemed
Yeah,
like
yeah,
they're
yeah.
crazy
Yeah.
back
Yeah.
to nature fringe.
Yeah.
Had a little bit too much sway in the party, and that was not
No,
appealing
they've
to
made.
me.
I remember we talked to
And now it seems like
Yeah.
that they're not like that.
we talked to Gareth Hughes on the Discourse
Yep.
podcast,
Yep.
and what was interesting to me was his assertion that everything is costed now. Previously, they did do crazy,
Yeah.
kooky ideas, student loans, or student allowance for everyone.
Yeah.
They weren't costed policies.
Yeah.
They were just good ideas that the Greens thought were good. Whereas the point they make now is that everything they do is costed.
Yeah.
Excuse me. What's interesting about the Green Party right now is that New Zealand First are close to the same number of votes as the Green Party at 22% counted,
So
which is absolute insanity.
yeah, we've just got more results in, and
Yeah.
Green are pretty firm on 10. New Zealand First have bumped a little bit. They're on
They'd
9%.
be pretty disappointed with that result,
So,
right?
so I think they would be disappointed with 10.
Yeah, I would be. I mean, if I were them,
Because the
yeah.
most recent polls seemed to say about 15, didn't they?
Yeah.
About 14, 15.
Yeah. So it looks like, so how does this work? National 61 seats, Act 1, United Future 1, so they've got 63 seats amongst them. Is that enough to govern? That's enough, right?
62 is enough to govern.
Right. I thought it had to be 63 for a clear majority. No?
Well, hang on.
So at the moment, the
61 is a majority.
projection
yeah.
at 22%
But
is
with
for
a-
there to be a 121 seat parliament.
Right. It's the overhang of
I
one.
think that's probably going to change.
Why is that?
I can't tell you. I'm just having a quick look at who's got what so far.
Yeah.
That might actually be the result. Really, it's about what Act and United Future get, isn't it? Will inform that. So National are currently sitting on 48.6%, Labor 23.8%. National probably about where a lot of people expected them to be. People were predicting last night 46, 48. That's what they were predicting last night.
Yeah, they'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the apparent drop so far in Green Party support, where do you think that's going?
New Zealand first.
Doesn't seem to have been people switching back to Labor.
A little bit to Internet Mana, 0.5% to Internet Mana right there. Yeah. Someone makes a really good point here actually that says the Greens are, Morgan, this will be interesting to you, the Greens are evidence-based only when it suits them, which I'm trying to remember, I should have followed it more closely, but they were pretty stupid on vaccination, weren't they? Recently.
I don't know. Were they?
We should know this.
I don't remember that.
We should know this. I'm pretty sure they came out saying it should be optional or something dumb like that.
Oh, it should be optional. Well, absolutely, vaccination should be optional. You should be able to choose. I just don't think anyone should choose not to do it.
Yeah.
I don't think you can make medical interventions mandatory for anything.
No, sorry, I'm trying to work it out. But there was some outrage recently. I should know this. Twitter will probably tell us, but there was some outrage that about the Greens and vaccination, I'm sure. Maybe the studio audience will tell us. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
That's what I said. Another prediction? We need another cupcake prediction.
Do you want to do a Labor one?
Who?
NF for Labor seats. So.
I don't know, to be honest.
Can we predict at this point though that Labor will win a seat? we can ice a cupcake red, surely. Surely.
All right, but then by this
I think we can.
Same should be said. So we should do a New Zealand first, Green, and Labor. But let's not do it all at once. Let's not go crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
We should.
Well, there's two things we can do. One is we can call Clutha Southland for Todd Barclay because 43% counted. 43% counted. He's well ahead. I'm hearing someone tell me in my ear that I've already said this already. But we need to pick a Labor one as well.
Mangere? Is that what you mean to say?
West Coast Tasman?
Mangere?
Manger.
No such place as Mangere. Have some pride, damn you.
Well, yeah. Sue Williams CEO is obviously well ahead of Mangere. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Also, West Coast Tasman, Damien O'Connor, at 32% counted, he's a long way ahead as well. So that could be two we could call.
I think we could probably call Grant Robertson. Wellington Central. 'Cause why not?
There's only 16% counted there.
Yeah, okay, maybe we need to have a rule. It's got to be like over 20%.
Yeah, I think so. Well, let's go.
I mean, because what if we get one wrong? There could be really serious consequences.
The other thing, I think the issue with calling a cupcake to be iced is that we need someone on the remote camera. And the remote camera is sitting there right now on the ground, not moving.
Well, we could call, oh my God, that terrible doofus, Simon Bridges, almost certainly in the process of winning Tauranga.
Audible burps. Excellent. Let's do more of that.
Did you burp into your microphone? I mean, it wasn't me. I'm a professional.
Commanding lead there for Amy Adams and Selwyn.
Yeah.
Surely purely down to name recognition.
Okay. So
6,000 people thought they were voting for the other Amy Adams.
Right. Maybe. As I asserted, Twitter came to the rescue on this vaccination thing that I'm probably close to like libel on this stuff, perhaps. So just to correct everything.
It'd be slander.
Green slander. Which is which?
Libel is in print.
Right. Okay. Excellent slander. Greens were asked to make a statement on vaccinations. They stated it was optional. No other main parties have stated a position.
That sounds fair.
Yeah. So, but
course
apparently
it is optional.
that caused outrage. I can't remember. Maybe. Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a problem.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound controversial.
There's a lot of activity going on over there as well. I think
taking the wrong position on that? Is that controversial?
I don't think so.
No, I think legally vaccinating your children should be optional.
Yeah.
I don't think that you should have an assumed right to send them to state school.
I agree with that.
If they have not
and
been
you won't be able to send
vaccinated.
them to most daycares, won't accept them. Yeah, and I think some people wouldn't hang out. Some people wouldn't let their kids hang out with them if they knew as well. And it's extremely dangerous. You're
And that has
risking
actually
your
been a
kid's life.
contentious issue in a lot of states in the US that people have been,
Homeschooling.
yes,
Yeah.
yep.
Well, the sort of people that are against vaccinations are the sort of people who do homeschooling anyway, aren't they?
Not necessarily.
Fruitcakes and wingbags.
A lot
Aren't they mainly nutters?
of
Now,
wealthy
but-
Los Angelinos.
There are, though, some people do have real problems with receiving vaccinations.
And they're the ones who can't be vaccinated. They're the
Yeah.
ones that need herd immunity.
They require the rest of us to protect them.
Maybe we should get a real doctor on to talk about this instead of just making stuff up.
This is
Well, they're making
an
stuff
election
up.
show, though, not a medical show.
Making stuff up is essential to what we do. And as Rob Isaac on the Twitter says to us, is he can't tell the difference between discourse votes and the TV,
Right.
which is down to Dylan's production values, of course,
yeah.
except that discourse don't pretend they know what's going on.
Right.
So
Ironically,
that's
we
what should be
actually
aiming
do
for.
know what's going
But-
on, but we're pretending not to.
Were we first to call the seat, though?
I don't know. I hope so.
Because I feel like we had to be. I mean, we were early for that. It's because we have our room full of analysts crunching the numbers. They've got
Crunching.
predictive algorithms. They were like, this
Hang
John
on.
Key, he seems like he might just scrape through.
We're trying to go to a live cross. We've just hit 25% of the votes counted. Just crossed 25%, 25.2. National still at 49%, Labour at 24%, Greens still at 10%. I'm really surprised by
New
that.
Zealand First are climbing because New Zealand First are now projected to have 11.
11 seats. That's
MPs.
Winston and 10 people.
And remember,
Who no one has ever heard of.
that's
yeah.
exactly right. If they had 16, we get Arsenati back. She is the
We get
worst.
Asanati Ruffle Taylor back. Is that right?
A Rufflecopter. Yeah, she's like the worst MP that we've ever had, and that includes Judith. That may have been a little bit of hyperbole or puffery.
Is this libel or slander?
This would be slander.
This would be slander.
if we let him finish.
My-
Please proceed.
My sincerely held personal opinion
Right.
is that she
there
is
you go.
terrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if New Zealand First hits 16, she's back.
I don't think we will see New Zealand first
16%?
get anywhere near.
Yeah. No,
16
16
seats.
seats.
No,
I think we're safe there.
a long way from there. A long way from there. Internet might have dropped back to 1.45%.
They'd have to. I think they'd have to hit 13%, something like that, round about that. I'm pleased to see you doing that.
It's a real.
There just are not enough old, slightly
God, I didn't know
bewildered
that there were
people in
those
the country.
things. Those Mexican donut things.
Oh my god.
Churros.
Bring the churros on.
They're Mexican donuts. Oh.
We got burritos.
We got burritos. They got
What are the other
burritos.
close? There's nothing really close. I mean, Auckland Central's the closest right now. You know, still Nikki K just ahead, 285 votes. Palmerston North, Ian Lees Galloway of Labour ahead by 281. I mean, the thing is, Napier, it's quite hilarious. Stuart Nash is well ahead now, 1,400 votes. And of course, Garth McVicker's 3,000 votes would have really helped out the national candidate there. So it's kind of a hilarious consequence of the Conservatives. Should we do a Colin Craig check-in?
Yes, let's check in on Colin Craig. Is he on the line? You're talking to Colin Craig right now? Okay. We'll get him on the air as soon as we sort out some technical problems. He's standing by.
Well,
I think that might have hurt his feelings.
Colin Craig will be pleased that he's beating the Labour candidate in East Coast Bays.
So one of the things that I thought would be, there's a game that I wanted to play. Well, it's not a game. I'm not sure if it counts necessarily as a game, but this is something that I've called the Gracewood proposal.
The Gracewood proposal.
The Gracewood proposal.
Yes.
And this is the idea that everyone can tactically encourage their grandparents and other people who don't know stuff
Yep.
to vote for Conservative
Yeah.
in the hopes of getting them to 4.9%.
Yes. Just for
And no further.
Schadenfreude.
And they're
purposes.
currently running at 4.35%.
It's getting up there. It's getting up there.
I would not necessarily have a problem with Conservative being in Parliament?
No, I mean,
Because that is a few people are supporting them, and so, you know...
yeah, that's part of me
proportionally.
feels bad about that, right? That many people. Like, has anyone ever been that high before and not got anyone in? Because ACT ran up about 4% at one stage. Okay.
So we're going to cross live now to Ryan Sproul, our roving reporter at the Greens election party, currently happening at Hopetown Alpha.
We've got a bit of a delay, so it's going to be interesting.
There's a
We'll see
delay,
how we
so we're
go.
just going to be quiet for a second and then we're going to cross over. Oops.
Oh dear. It's all turned a bit. It's all gone a bit pear-shaped.
That was brilliant! With this like a snapping sound, like a short circuit, like a resistor balloon.
Is it
And then,
churro
oops.
for you?
I can
Well,
hear
we've got
some sound.
from him. It's really bad sound.
Yeah.
Please tell me that this isn't being broadcast.
It is now.
Yeah, it
yes,
is.
Yes, it is now.
That sound is getting better though. Not at the moment.
Here we are at the...
All right, the light's better. Not too gothic. It's green.
This way? Oh, so
We're on.
about there?
Thanks, Morgan. I'm here at the Green Party with Martima Davidson. Martima, thank you very much for joining us here on Discourse Votes tonight.
Of course, thank you very much.
Evan.
We've got a couple of questions for you. First of all,
Opportunity.
I just want... Peter said exactly the same thing.
Yeah, but have we ever seen Batman and Winston Peters in the room at the same time?
Have we ever seen? Can we get the? We haven't seen Winston Peters and Batman in the same room
Then
at the same
again,
time.
have we ever seen Winston and dinosaurs in the room? Wait, hang on, we have.
We-
Wait.
Dark
Yeah,
ageism
right.
here at the Green Party. How are you feeling tonight, Martima?
Tired and really nervous, but hopeful as well.
So, what kind of result are you looking for yourself,
Well, look,
selfishly?
we campaigned really hard for 15% of the party vote. If we get that, that's going to change my life because 12.5% will get me into Parliament. So there's a lot of stuff that I'm nervously waiting for at this moment.
And tomorrow, if the result comes in a way that perhaps you're not that keen on, with National forming a government, is it a no confidence or an abstain for you?
Oh, look, our members will decide eventually exactly what will happen, but we're pretty clear that National has been dangerous for our children and for our environment, so we're actually looking to protect our children and our environment from the National government.
Where do you see New Zealand in 50 years, ideally? Describe it roughly.
Well, I've always talked about creating a world for our children 7 generations to come, which is probably, might be 100 years. I'd like us to have cleaned up our act. I'd like us to have cleaned up our rivers and our beaches. I'd like us to have learnt how to share better. There's actually enough for everyone to get on and thrive. And I would like us to have taken up some of these fresh, new, innovative ideas that the Greens are putting out right now so that we've got a whole different economy. That's the sort of stuff I think we can do in 50 years.
Whole different economy, maybe not a capitalist economy?
Yeah, I think this, I'm Ngāpuhi and Ngāti Porou, and my tūpuna, we always had trade. Let's be clear about this. Trade is not a new thing. We knew how to trade, but you can balance it with looking after your environment and taking care of your community at the same time.
Fantastic. Now, we've got some word association tests for you here with boy reporter Josh Drummond. Josh, do you want to come in here? We're going to say words to you, and we just want you to say the first word that comes to your mind.
Am I going to incriminate myself at all? That's going to be up to me. All right, let's do this.
You're not going to incriminate yourself. It's just your subconscious.
Okay.
Do you fear it?
I do, deeply, yes.
You heard it here first.
Hi Martima, nice to meet you. We're going to be delving deep into your subconscious tonight.
Well, this is dangerous stuff.
Yes, it is. This is deep, dark and dangerous stuff, very occult, very dangerous. And so the first word that pops into your head is bees.
Bees and honey.
Good. That's good. That's positive. Fire.
Okay. Firehouse. Oh. Oh.
No, that's okay. We can put a positive spin on that. That's all right, because you could be thinking of firemen, firehouse, saving people. That's a good start. Cool. Key.
To the door. I mean, you know, key to the door.
Key to the door of Parliament. Okay. Discombobulated.
Oh, dictionary, which is what I need right now to find that word.
Fork.
Fork, I mean, it's food. It's kai. Fork is kai. There you go. Because, you know, I don't do cars, so that's why the road thing didn't come up. There you go.
Car.
Ah, fresh energy that doesn't burn our planet.
Very good. Cup high. Now, whimsy.
Whimsy rhymes with flimsy, which is what this national government is.
Oh, nice. Very good, very good. Dastardly.
Dastardly is just missing one syllable, and then it would be disastardly, and that's also where this government is going.
.com.
.com is spelled DOTKOM. There you go. I'm just, you know, I'm a star at this.
Yeah.
I mean, you spell the word. How simple is that?
Well, I mean, it could be spelled any one of a number of ways. It could have an H in there. We don't actually know.
Young people these days.
Yeah. And my last word for you tonight, Marama, is capitalism.
Capitalism needs to be transformed so it works for all of us.
Very good. Thank you so much for giving us your time tonight.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Marama Davidson, revolutionary socialist.
Revolutionary wordist, yes.
Revolutionary wordist as well. Thanks very much for your time, Marama.
Welcome, thank you.
Back to you guys, Morgan.
We're definitely ready to cross back.
Yeah, we're
because
really
I've been
ready.
here.
Well, Morgan's over there, and I'm over here.
Currently talking about technical issues. Change the sound back. It's not a safe assumption, Ryan. Cut to camera 1.
Camera 8. Oh, camera 1.
No, 8's over here.
Right.
This is 1 up
I think it's time anyway to call more electorates in. Oh, sorry, more seats in Parliament. I reckon we're pretty safe with.
Wrong camera.
With some, yeah, sorry, I reckon we're pretty safe to ice some more national seats, for example. So I'm just gonna add some more here. Let's go for a bit of a, you know, a large voting block of national.
Oh, Ben!
There we go.
Shame on you. Shame, Ben.
Well, if you don't want me to make a mess, then we should have someone else help. So yeah.
But the first one was done so beautifully.
Right.
We've got a guest on Discourse. So as everyone,
I'll just walk in front of the camera.
Gradually comes back into the room. Would you like to join us?
Ooh.
We're joined. Oh, we've got cables everywhere.
That's all right.
Cables.
That's all right.
We're joined by Princess of Chaos,
Yes.
Bevan Twain.
Hello. I'm going to put my drink down.
You've been doing stuff, I think, for our candidate today.
Yes, I was actually upstairs doing scrutiny. Yeah. It's actually quite fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
So they're counting upstairs right now, are they?
So they're doing some more counting and some phones, I think they're saying. Yeah.
Oh.
am I right in thinking that you tend right?
Yes. Oh, can't you see what I'm wearing?
Oh, is that blue for national? Is that okay? I'm very relieved because unfortunately so far everyone has been a bit of a lefty.
Oh,
And
actually,
that feels
interesting.
unrepresentative.
We were just saying, I was just actually talking to Jeff Miller the other day, and he was saying that Twitter is overrepresented by lefties.
It's what?
Twitter is overrepresented.
I guess is that true? I guess that probably is true. Are the right wingers, do they stick to national and the comments of Kiwi blog?
Yeah, I think what he was saying is, he's saying that your talk back show would often have your right wingers, and then your online you probably have more the left wingers. So it's just actually an interesting observation.
Yeah. Well, of course, you only see the voices of the people that you follow.
Yes. Or block the ones that you don't want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More important for some of us, probably.
Yeah. Block them. No.
Yeah. So are there any electorates that you're particularly interested in watching?
Maunga Kea, because I think that's really close. Auckland Central is really close as well at
You
the
know,
moment.
a lot of people pronounce that wrong. A lot of people say Maunga Kaiki, but it's Kia.
Kia, yeah. K-I-E, Kia. Yeah.
I've never heard Maunga Kai.
No?
You might have made that up.
Have you always only heard it pronounced correctly? You're very lucky.
Approximately.
Maybe I was the guy that pronounced it incorrectly, and then I discovered the right way, and now I'm a blowhard.
It is very close. You're right. Maunga Kea is running at 130 votes to the national candidate.
Yeah.
At the moment.
And I think
Incredibly close.
Auckland Central is really close as well.
Yeah, Auckland Central, Nikki Kay's pulling away further
that's
now.
good.
It was down at 280 votes.
Yeah,
so
it was
she's
very
pulling away
close just now. And it was
409.
oh, that's good.
I mean, I don't want to use the word whitewash, but at the moment it's pretty spectacular, to be honest, national. You know,
Wow.
49% of the party vote, absolutely dominating in electorates, and you know the Greens basically floundering on 10%. Is that less than what they got last time?
National's current result projects them to have 62 seats.
Wow.
Outright majority.
Outright majority, which would be a
So what the
terrible
Green
thing.
has about, was it 12?
The Green Party last year, I keep saying that, last election had 11%.
Said it was going to be a problem. Yeah.
Right.
11%.
So they've gone down
so
a
that'd
bit.
be pretty.
They're up a little bit.
Yeah. No, they're not. They're down, aren't they?
Oh, how many MPs did they
They're
have?
running at 9.9%.
Right.
And
Wow.
last election they had 14 MPs. They're down to 12.
Right.
It's pretty tragic.
Well, some people say it's tragic, and some people are very happy about it.
Well,
so that would be a good result for you, wouldn't it?
Like they predict Greens was going to do better, and because Labour's down, so Green was predicted to be doing better. And
It's
so
certainly
that,
been polling a lot higher than
yeah. And there was always that idea that it might be really close to call because the left section is truly, you know, even though Labour's gone down, but because the left section is still quite big.
Yeah.
But looking at this, it's actually not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So someone said that lefties are poor people, and poor people don't vote in inclement weather because they don't have cars.
Really?
Someone actually said that in public.
But this is why Labour actually gets a bus out to take you over to the polling stations. What do you mean you can't vote? No, we actually saw some community members do that too. They actually talked about how they're going to take a bus out and drop you off at polling booths. So, and advanced polling or early poll has been doing really, really well. Right? I mean, over 500,000 people have already voted.
Over 700,000 in the end.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, yeah.
So there's no weather.
Was that just because they promoted it, or like we talked about this, didn't we? Is it just because they promoted it, or is it?
I think it has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think some people can't just can't wait till the election's over, so just get over.
Yeah.
Some people are really over the election by now. And
Yeah, I think so. Hey, Bevan, what's your take on the whole dirty politics saga? Because you've got a kind of, I guess,
because I'm in the book.
An insider view, of that. So what's and you're still you're a national supporter, I assume. So. I guess you're not surprised by it.
I'm not surprised by it.
Do you think it's good? Do you think it's standard?
It's not good. I'm not surprised by it because if anyone read it, I'm in the book. I knew part of what's been happening.
Yeah.
So I wasn't surprised, but it's not good. But I think the politics have changed quite a bit. Now it's about personality. So you're voting on the person because of the person. You don't really know what the policy is about. You're not really voting because you believe in that party. But I think it's a good review for people going, hey, is New Zealand politics going the right way? I mean, people are, I think they said a lot of them are doing it as a job, they're as a career politician. I mean, are they really there because they're passionate about what they do?
Want to stay
it's not a left, right, centre thing. It's about, are they,
Yeah, although, I mean, I'd say one thing is one of the key defences to the whole thing is everyone does it.
Yeah.
Do you honestly think that there's equal, I guess, vitriol and equal skullduggery on both sides?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. Okay. It's interesting because I come from a community development background, so everyone assumed that I'm a lefty, and it is actually because what a lot of my former colleagues has said to me, and a lot of them are left wing, and because of what they did and what they said to me, that's why I'm like, nah, I'm not going to be part of them. No way, because they just as dirty as as the Nets does, particularly with the ethnic communities that I work with.
Yeah, interesting. But there's no blog or kind of comment section on the left that is calling for, calling death threats and calling for people to be sexually assaulted and this sort of stuff. And that's the bit that interests me or bothers me is that that's where I think the line is that everyone, I think there's PR on both sides, absolutely. There's people getting blogs to post their view. But
they both do that,
But the vitriol of that particular blog, like Whale Oil and Kiwi Blog to an extent, is I think where it really gets rough, and I just don't know if there's an equivalent.
Yeah, I don't know David very well, so I can't actually comment on Kiwi Blog, but I, obviously I've dealt with Cam Slater, and apparently that's his nature, right? I mean, I have friends who know him since they were at school, and he said apparently he's like that at school as well. So he's always been that kind of aggressive person who would always take revenge.
Right.
So speaking of skullduggery on the left, has anyone heard of voter fraud, the likes of Daljit Singh's?
Oh yes.
No.
Right.
Yes.
So he was a Labour candidate, and what did he do? Did he have fake people? Like lots of people, or they
so
they were
registered in this household.
in the same house, like too many people, and more people that actually lived there, so that he could bump up his vote in that electorate. And he was convicted of that. And that, as a Labour candidate, that is definitely skullduggery. That is definitely dirty politics. So I think clearly it does happen on both sides.
But
and so we need to stop it everywhere, though.
He's actually not the only person, though, but except the other ones are not discovered. Because when I speak to the Chinese community, there are two Chinese candidates who did exactly the same thing. Or if not, what they said is, we will get volunteers to help you fill the paper. That doesn't sound right. But they say, oh, if you had a language barrier, we'll help you. But that doesn't sound right. But that's what they've been doing. So a lot of the people who've been here for a little while noticed what Labour did. I mean, but then they won't talk about it. And if they do, they just talk among themselves. So
I've heard of people being tricked into signing up as party members.
Yes.
And then being told that now they are members, that they didn't originally intend to be, they have to vote for that party. And then being taken to the polling place.
Rubbish.
It's complete garbage, and it's absolutely terrible. And whichever party is represented, it has to be ended.
And sadly, it happens a lot with the ethnic communities that I work with, because a lot of them do not have the understanding of the electoral roll. So even this morning online, people were still discussing about the election. I said, no, you've actually got to shut this down right now, because you're not by law allowed to. Oh, I was just going to. No, you're going to shut it right down now. Talk about it after 7, because they don't understand the rules. So they get taken advantage.
At the end of the day, this should be really simple. You ask people who they want to have as their candidate, and then you note that down, and if enough people say that, at the end of the day, that person becomes their representative.
Well done saying the end of the day.
I was instructed.
So,
I got that in me. Yeah, you have to say it at the end of the day.
The latest count update, Mangakuku's down to 9 vote majority.
Oh.
Golly.
Oh, golly. Sam's going to have a really tough one. But you see, apparently, because if Carol is not on the list, so if she doesn't get it, that's it for Carol. So, whereas Sam's on the list, so
Another really interesting one.
Tai Tokoro.
At 33%, Tai Tokoro is down to 136 vote majority for Hone.
Wow.
This could be,
But that'll be different boxes. That'll be from. I mean, it's a large electorate, isn't it? I mean, geographically, it covers a lot of ground. And so the people in each of those areas of the electorate could have very different feelings. So one box could be.
So again,
this will be a Labour area, or this will be a Mana area.
Yeah, this is the fact that I didn't work out. If those 1.5% internet Mana votes disappear, what does that mean? Does that improve anyone's?
Well, it improves National's chances.
It's another seat to National. If they're on the borderline, right, they'll get another seat because.
So
I don't see National getting another seat in the end. They're not getting 62. I just don't believe it. And if they get 62,
then their percentage is a larger proportion of.
We need to get our producer again, because he's just been doing all those algorithms. He's been.
Yeah, that's his doing right there. Because the thing is, if Tai Tokoro doesn't
we're about to cross to Wellington.
Oh wow!
That's
how
very
exciting! Who's there? Who are you talking to?
We're just getting a shot.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure what the purpose of the shot is. I'm not sure what information it's going
Just
to
to prove
impart to us.
Maybe we can look at
technical
it.
prowess.
We're just
basically.
demonstrating that we're capable
Of doing
of showing this other thing.
We can try and infer some information based on how Wellington looks currently.
I'm sure it's not going to be at all disruptive.
Yeah, I'm going to call Napier for Stuart Nash because it's 54% and he's
Oh, he's
Hello,
going
I'm
to get it,
busy.
isn't he?
majority. Who's calling you?
Parents-in-law.
I'm busy. I'm on a show talking about politics.
To literally dozens of people.
I have to take a
yeah,
moment.
exactly.
I do have to take a moment right now to apologise to our viewers and to Delish Cupcakes.
Oh,
Hey,
Oh.
that's something happening in Wellington.
It's Wellington.
with the Wellington Labour Party
So
members.
what can we assume from that? We can assume that,
They don't look very happy.
yeah.
They're not dancing. I assume they're standing in
Oh, there's
silence.
balloons.
I bet that this shot has sound on it, but it's totally silent in the room. It's just deathly quiet. They're so...
Oh, tight. Oops, what's happening? There we go.
Whoa.
Whoa.
There's somebody at the door.
Coming.
There's somebody at the door. There's somebody at the door.
We may have to leave our lights and shut things. Who knows what could happen?
Okay.
I'm not
So,
quite sure what that
I need
is.
to finish my apology, my formal apology for the fact that I iced cupcakes poorly. I didn't do good service to Delish Cupcakes, our sponsor. So I want to say sorry to them, and that I won't ice any more cupcakes. We'll leave it to Sasha, our official icer.
Listen,
And
it was embarrassing.
It was very embarrassing. Here's another fact that someone's brought to our attention. So we're getting a photo. We're crossing back.
On the photo
Okay,
shoot.
we've lost Wellington. Morgan, here's a quick question for you. Who has more votes right now? Band 1080 or United Future?
Band
Band
1080.
1080.
Yeah,
I bet they've got about 1,500 votes.
Band 1080 have got 1,800 votes.
Whoa.
And they've got 100 more votes than United Future at the moment.
There we go.
Even after, basically, all that Peter Dunne did in the debates was to say, hunting and fishing, fuck yeah.
And
that,
the
you
Band
know,
1080 guy, I actually don't know. I don't know what kind of people they're made up of, but hunters have a big problem with 1080 because it
Yeah.
kills deer. I
Kills
mean,
the
they
dogs
eat
and
the
kills
baits,
deers, yeah,
and then
yeah.
they die horribly, and hunters discover these carcasses all throughout our forests. And it's like, it's just a totally wasted resource.
Absolutely.
We should be encouraging, like
Yeah.
even tourist hunting, because those guys spend unbelievable
Absolutely.
amounts. I mean, you look at what those guys pay for a trophy head, like a really decent head. They pay like $60,000 for that.
I mean, and
To have the privilege of shooting that animal.
Plus
And
the-
we're
Cutting.
poisoning them. We're paying to kill them with poison, and their bodies are just dropping in the forest.
Plus the
It's
butchering costs.
crazy.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
So Labour are polling so badly, they're looking at 4 list seats.
Oh shit, that's
4
really
list
bad.
seats on top of their 26 electorates.
So where's
National are currently
So
at
what does that mean
62
for
seats.
Jacinda?
Jacinda would be on there, wouldn't
Because
she?
she's not going to win Auckland Central, is she?
God, I've got to go and
She's
find
on
her.
the. Oh,
She must be pretty high on the list.
she's
though.
top 10, but not the
But
top
how many
4.
of them are going to make it in on the list, and
Yeah.
how many of them are going to make it in electorates?
Because it depends on how many on that top 10 actually got a electorate seat.
So let's just call it. Let's call it for national.
Hone's lead is down to 26 now.
Ooh.
26 votes.
26 votes.
Wow.
With 37% of the electorate counted.
Now,
I mean, it could go either way, but yeah.
but presumably that's not actually a good thing for Labour, is it?
No, it's not.
No. it's
Because
not.
they need internet
internet
money to come in with those
Yeah.
It's
three
absolute
people.
It's absolute caning.
Because they said
basically.
a vote for the Labour guy is actually a waste vote because, you know, he's going to get in anyway. But
Is he
you know.
though? Where's
Yeah,
he on the
well,
list?
Apparently
If
he's
they
on
only
there.
get 4 list,
But even then, he's not got. I mean, there's still a wait. I think it's because a lot of the people who actually didn't want internet mana is just voting for Calvin, which
Yeah.
is what's the issues now.
I don't blame them.
So yeah, so all the nets, everybody's trying to get
It must
Calvin
be.
get in.
It must be much more difficult making the decision on who you're going to vote for if you're not in Epsom. I mean, I've been in Epsom for a while now, and so I've had this disappointing position where, being a lefty, I have to vote for Goldsmith.
Yeah.
And real electorates, where it isn't all stitched up, people actually have to make 2 real decisions.
Yep. So I was
It must be
upstairs
very
because I was
confusing.
upstairs when I was doing the scrutiny thing. It's actually really interesting. You see the paper and you see people who probably go, National, Goldsmith, oh shit, I'm not supposed to take Goldsmith, right? Cross it out, go down, oh, David Seymour, and it's actually there. And then you see a disproportionate amount of people voting for David but only like 4% of them are really voting for X.
As a
Can we get
scrutineer,
T-Type
what
on the
do you?
screen?
So it's
Just
just
the
about
same
having
watch.
really clear intentionality, right? So it's clearly been crossed out and another one's been ticked.
Yeah.
So you know what's happening. But
Yeah.
like if there's 2 ticks, I guess you say no, you have to put that one aside.
So I'm stealing.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop you here and steal Toby Manhire's tweet because it's a brilliant tweet about a moment of truth in Te Tai Tokerau. Hone's down to 1 vote majority.
One vote majority.
With 39% counted. I've asked our producer Dylan to get Te Tai Tokerau stats up on our screen as fast as he can, but he's on the phone to an outside broadcast.
Oh, that is really close.
Literally 1 vote.
Ooh,
Could be
honey.
closer.
Yeah.
Oh no! There's been an update. It's now Calvin Davis by 10.
Oh my God.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Oh, this is too close to call now, isn't it?
It's now Calvin Davis by 15,
Wow.
That's
with 39.9% counted.
This is interesting because I heard Hone speak the other day and he still
We're
said,
going to try and get Ben Affendale on the
We're
phone.
getting
I
out-of-date
better not
results
talk to
on the
him, I
graphics.
I'm going to call him a cunt.
oh no, you can't.
That's fine.
We're going to have to get Dylan to refresh the results.
The results,
We're getting
yeah.
quite old results there.
Calvin Davis by 15.
Wow. Because it's interesting because I heard Hone saying that when he did his own polling, that he's still out by a lot. And
Well,
he
this is just another box,
National
right?
Party
This will be a
63
Labour
seats.
area box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because so that's the thing is with Mana dropping off, now National's up to 63 seats. Because that's the way. That's what happens. Is it's you know.
Actually, it must be a big electorate because there are 368 boxes.
But I think the Māori
It's
votes are
widespread.
quite different.
Yeah.
Widespread.
Yeah. They've got a different area. So yeah.
I mean, there's only, are there 9 now or are there 7 Maori electorates? Māori. I don't even remember.
Wow.
That's probably something I should have looked up.
So that's really, really close.
Calvin Davis, 42.
Wow.
She's streaking away.
Honestly.
Now that is a very small
commanding
streak though.
lead.
Like the next box is going to be from like the East Coast instead of the West Coast. Or
This is how is it updating? Are they like putting in box, just typing numbers in box into?
must be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be.
Apparently they found the results.
Maybe we
so
could take a moment to for a big shout out to the election volunteers, all the staff, or machines, robots, poker counting machines. I don't know, whatever counts the votes.
Yeah.
Is it people?
People.
sit
It's
down?
people. It's human.
Okay.
It's a massive task. We were up there. We've got to triple count them. It was like a little factory where the people just swapping papers around the table. It's a massive job, but amazing.
Well
really
done to
amazing.
all of the staff.
Boring,
Or
but
robots.
important job.
And some people reckon that we should have like computer voting, e-voting.
E-voting.
Crazy.
No,
we don't
there's-
need to do it. Our paper ballots are counted so quickly and
They're
so
fantastic.
reliably. I mean, when's the
And
last
the
time you heard
single-
about
and-
like a serious mistake being made that wasn't rectified with the paper ballots?
The single best argument against electronic voting, or at least
America.
online voting, that I've heard is coercion, right?
Right.
There is no way you can avoid coercion with online voting, whereas at a polling booth, even if someone's, got a knife to your throat outside the polling booth and says, go inside and vote Conservative.
They don't get to see the ballot because it goes in a box
exactly.
before you
You
leave.
can go and say, yes, I voted Conservative, I did what you asked me to do, all done.
Leave my family alone.
Yeah, but whereas if you're sitting in front of computers, you can't stop any of that. Yeah. People can walk around and force you to vote for who
Yeah.
you want to vote for. So.
I just don't really. It's the wrong shot. We need to cut to 1 and do it again.
What is?
There we go.
Oh. Hey! Oh, that's fabulous.
We need to ice more cupcakes, I think.
I'm grateful for audience
And I'm not gonna
participation.
do it, 'cause I'm gonna
let's
I'm
call
gonna
TTT for.
I'm going to get lynched again.
Yeah, we need to get Sasha to do it this time again because
some more cake.
Because listen, honestly, you're raising 2 children and you're that bad at icing
I can
cupcakes.
ice them properly. I was trying to speed up the process.
Mistake.
We're going to take a long
filling
time.
time, Ben.
He regrets it and he has apologised.
I have.
And I think perhaps you could go back and scrape that icing off, that hasty icing. And,
So here's a
and
tweet.
Palette knife it out.
There's
for
a tweet.
Bevan.
Oh, there's a tweet for me.
Who is this on Discourse NZ right now? I like her.
And you don't know who I am? Sorry.
This is the Princess of Chaos.
Outrage.
You're watching Discourse and you didn't know who I'm sorry. I'm No, thank you. It's pretty cool. At least there is someone who is not anti my righty sort of comment.
It's good. It's good to have
I think
balance.
they're probably grateful that it's not the echo chamber of these three fat heads. Just agreeing constantly.
Oh,
So
no go.
No. I agree with that far more than you might believe. Yeah.
So the current top 10 hashtags in New Zealand right now.
Yeah.
Number 1, Decision 14.
Yeah.
Number 2, Paul Henry.
Yeah.
3 is New Zealand. 4 is Vote 2014.
Yeah.
5 is NRL Sydney versus Queensland.
Okay.
So people
And
are just
6
totally turned off.
is Discourse Votes.
All right, we've made it, guys.
7
We're above
is
John.
John Campbell.
Hey! We're beating Campbell. That's extraordinary. I mean, not with viewership, only on Twitter.
Yeah.
But that's really important to me. I might just call my mum.
Mom, I made it to the top 10.
She's not watching.
And then all those people who are looking at NRL obviously don't give a shit about this.
I mean, it's 2 Australian teams. It's not even Australia and New Zealand. Ridiculous. I have accidentally, this is not political. Well, it might be. I don't know. I accidentally went further up Freeview than you're meant to go. And I discovered Coliseum Sports.
Oh, right.
And it was playing Aussie rules football. This is the one with the large.
That's hilarious.
It's an oval, or is it a
Yeah.
circle?
Yeah.
With 4 uprights at each end.
Yeah.
And they run around with tiny little shorts and they hit the things and they throw them differently and they have to bounce it. That's a brilliant sport. It is so good to watch.
What I also love about Aussie rules is the way that the Aussie rules uniform and hairstyle
Hasn't changed.
it tracks gay culture.
Oh, does
Have
it?
you not noticed that?
No.
Eh?
So 10,
don't know a
15
lot
years
about gay
ago,
culture, honestly.
long hair and kind of and sort of short shorts and t-shirts, and now it's really well groomed, really groomed beards, really well groomed, really tight shorts and singlets.
But it's always been tight shorts. Hasn't it always been tight shorts?
Yeah, it has. But
Yeah, it's always been tight shorts and Guernseys. They've never worn t-shirts.
It's the tank tops, right?
What?
It's called a Guernsey.
No.
Right.
Does it have to have a special name?
Yes.
Oh, because the rugby guys are called jerseys.
Jerseys, exactly.
Jerseys,
Even though
Named
they're
after
not
Jersey
bloody
Island.
jerseys.
And the Aussie rules tops are named after Guernsey Island.
Why?
I don't know. I don't have a laptop. Look it up on
Calvin
Wikipedia.
Davis ahead by 100 now in Tito Takarau. And
That is an amazing
That is
result.
amazing.
Truman Mallard was down to 200, now he's back up to 600.
Oh, he's probably going to be safe, is he?
Yeah, he probably will be safe. Nikki Kay's pulled well away from Jacinda Ardern. Yeah.
So what was the margin last time? We've already said that. It was 900, 700 or something?
For Nikki Kay?
Yeah.
700. 747, I think.
717.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's annoying getting fact checked.
Yeah.
Because if you say it with certainty, it's like, people will believe that, I feel good about having said it. And then immediately someone says a different number. It's frustrating. then how dare you?
Christchurch Central is staying national.
Nets, yeah.
Napier, obviously, Garth McVicker has really screwed the, screwed the pooch there. So Wayne Wolford. Epsom. How's Epsom going?
So,
that's really predictable.
So
isn't it?
let's briefly stay on Napier. So the majority to Labor right now is 2,300. Garth McVicker has split 4,500 votes off. So Stuart Nash, we can, I think, pretty safely assume Stuart Nash would be very comfortably in a strong lead right now.
If there wasn't a Conservative candidate in that thing.
Now, should we discuss the possibility that Garth McVicker is actually secretly a massive Labor supporter and has been playing a long con?
Very long
He's just waiting to out of the closet.
That's right.
Yeah.
Or is this actually the Conservative Party are playing a long game, and the plan is for next election they can say, look, we fucked up all of these electorates for you, play along with us and we won't do it again.
I think someone needs to pass Morgan a beer because I think we're about to have a conversation, are we, Dylan? We're going to try. I need a beer, and I want to amuse the viewers by trying to open beers again with this thing. Is that a pale ale?
Do you want a pale ale or a lager? Sorry,
I would
epic
love a
pale
pale
ale
ale,
or
please.
epic lager?
So get ready to laugh. We're calling someone in.
We are calling someone.
Another one of those?
Yeah, we're about to have a live interview. I presume I'm going to be told.
Dylan, hello?
Are you there, Ben? Yes, this is Ben Uffendell. He is the leader of the, what's it called? The Conservative Party.
He's not.
Oh,
coming
I
off
can
the
hear him
stream.
in my earbud, but is he not on the
So we're
stream?
talking to Ben Uffendale, but he's not coming across to our streaming viewers.
Okay,
So we just talked
right.
to
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, Ben, leader of the New Zealand Aotearoa Legalised Cannabis Party.
What was that, sir?
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Ben. This is Ben.
I'm sorry, I'm having some confusion.
There are a lot of people here, Ben, and we're not taking turns talking, and so I'm not surprised that you're confused. Maybe Bevan would like to take over this interview. Oh, you haven't got an earbud.
I couldn't hear what you were saying, Ben. But hello.
Bevan says hi. Hey, Ben, how's your mum?
Good.
I can't stand your party, and I think you should be ashamed.
I am. Should be ashamed. Well, we think Brendan Horne should be ashamed because we're closing in on his independent coalition very fast.
You beat Focus. Do you know what Focus New Zealand's policies are, Mr. Uffendale?
They want to focus harder
No, he doesn't.
They want to
on the
focus.
issues that matter.
Focus
Mainly
New
about
Zealand.
Focus
men's
harder.
rights, isn't it?
Okay.
It's like men getting access.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Visitation rights.
So anyway, let's just ask another question.
Masculinist
So
mind.
if we were to take the civilian party's 366 votes and give them to United Future, it would enable United Future to beat the Ban 1080 party. What do you think would be the outcome of United Future beating Ban 1080?
What do I think would be the outcome of the future beating Ban 1080? I'm really not sure. I'm not sure there could possibly be any outcome from that.
Right.
Ben, this is all very interesting talking about the election, but I want to talk about the issues that really matter to me. I invited you onto Discourse, and you didn't even bother replying. So I'm very sour on you at the moment.
You invited. I'm sorry.
Yes?
It's breaking
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
It's breaking up.
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm having a very patchy line here.
Yeah. Well, we can hear you great. So just talk. Tell us about all of your wonderful policies about ice cream.
No, ice cream is just one of the few, really. I mean, we're a party that's focused on three main things, and that is declaring independence from Hamilton, building a single unaffordable home, and establishing a space program to send a man to the moon, not to explore it, just someone we don't like. And already, with 52% of the votes counted, we have had an astonishing response. 415 people want to get rid of Hamilton, and I say that's enough.
Yeah, actually, there's been an update. I've got good news. It's up to 422.
Yay.
Oh, is it? I need to refresh the page. So that's all I'm doing. I'm just sitting here refreshing the page.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing as
Do
well.
you know every one of those 422 people? Is that like
It's like
your
John Key
mum,
saying that he knows.
your
the-
mum's
Every one of
friends?
those 422 people is me. What you need to know is,
How many-
this report very easy actually.
Is he putting a
Don't
mark in?
take the yes I have voted sticker,
Right.
and they won't know.
Okay. How
They'll
many?
have no clue.
Here's another question. How many of those votes, those civilian party votes, are Martin Bradbury votes?
Martin Bradbury.
Yeah. How many?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Martin Bradbury's prediction for us was. I think when he made a prediction for the election, he posted it on the Daily Blog. Did he realise that people can save that and view it later? Because I did.
Yeah. Not sure. Okay. Here's a serious question. On current predictions, current countings are 52.7% of the vote counted. National are predicted to have 63 seats. I can't even speak. Needing
Yeah,
no
it's the national, I think, is what you're looking at.
no coalition partners. They can govern alone. They can
do whatever the hell they want.
Whatever they want. How are you feeling about your llamas and ice cream right now?
Well, that's very concerning because at that point there's no leverage we have, and this government is not a government that has shown itself to have any commitment to llamas declaring independence from Hamilton. None of the things we've talked about. They don't even want to ban satire. That's something that we're extremely concerned about. This government has created hundreds of satire jobs, and they're more or less the antithesis of what we're looking to do. So I mean that's deeply concerning. But we'll see how it goes throughout the night.
So are you making a concession call to John Key very soon?
We will be making a concession call to every party that outpolls us, but please keep in mind only 53.5% of the voters in here. Theoretically, if we receive all of the rest of the vote, we could still win. And that may yet happen. So the only poll that counts is the one after election day. That's what they say, right?
Sure. Thank you very much. We wish you best of luck with the remaining 48% of the votes.
Thank you.
Otherwise, have a good
We
evening.
will be expecting, I want Brendan Horan to know, if he's anywhere out there, that we will be expecting him to make a confession call to us if we overtake him.
Great stuff.
And we believe we will at this rate.
Perfect. Thanks very
Excellent.
much.
Thank you, Ben. I forgive you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
And
Goodbye.
On an update right now,
That's-
Mangakiki is tied. There are
It
zero
is.
votes. 0 votes between
Kiki.
Mangakiki.
Mangakiki, yeah.
Civilian Party up to 445 votes. Did you watch the closing statement videos?
I didn't. I read the tweets.
Now, I thought Labour's one was pretty good. They obviously had, they were probably Labour Party members pretending to be just,
Whatever.
people randomly picked from society.
Yeah.
And it was pretty good. National ran their opening statement video, opening address video. What? They just used the same video again, but they changed the music to instead of being the Eminem sound alike, it was just some garbage.
I think, that
Also, garbage going to have to sue them now too.
But
Well
actually,
done.
Civilian Party's closing statement video was pretty good. It was pretty smooth.
Yeah.
And it was. I hate to admit this, but I did laugh.
So again, coming back, 53% of Titai Tokorau counted.
Yep.
53%. Calvin Davis here by 200 votes. We're going to call that.
Oh, we're probably going
We're
to.
not calling that.
We're calling Internet Mana gone. And
No, we're not calling that. You might be right, but
Much
it's not
too
time
close
yet.
to call.
Yeah.
So a couple of people, a couple of stream viewers have no idea who we are.
Oh, hello,
So,
internet.
probably
Hello,
time to
camera 8.
reset.
I'm Morgan Avery. I'm a big mouth dickhead from the internet.
You might have heard of Morgan from
Hey, they got your
Discourse
name
Votes.
right.
They got my name right. That's great.
Yay! Oh, look, there we go.
Now cut to these guys so they can introduce themselves.
I'm Hollywood's Ben Gracewood. Spent some time on TV.
You finally embraced the name. Hollywood Ben Gracewood. He's a former television guy.
Yeah, former
Not
television.
anymore.
You wouldn't know it from my.
Oh, you're a radio guy now. You're a
smooth-
National Party guy.
from my
Not
smooth
national
delivery,
radio guy, right?
my ability to listen to someone whispering in my ear.
Tough, man.
It's really tough.
And both of these guys are internet famous.
Yeah. So discourse.co.nz is a podcast that Morgan and I started a while back.
Internet radio.
Internet radio, and that Dylan and Morgan now run. It's fantastic. Ever since I've gone, it's got better and better and better.
And Discourse Votes is on top 10 tweets.
And over here is James Brown, who apparently is not
Not being
introduced
James
himself.
Brown.
Hello.
Resident expert.
I don't know in what. And I'm not internet famous, except with people who like to paint World War II wargaming miniatures.
It's a very strong niche that you completely own.
That's right.
I'm sure. And of course,
And it's here. There you go.
Princess of Chaos.
Princess of Chaos, Devon. I'm more than internet famous, which is kind
Actually,
of
that's
scary.
true. You're
Proper
actually
famous.
famous.
Yeah, proper.
Real world
Infamous.
famous.
In a very interesting way,
Yeah.
yes. Yay, that's who we are. And so we're just sitting here to talk about crap like everyone else is on TV and things like that.
Exactly right. But we do it on a smaller budget, but with better people.
Definitely.
Am I right? Number 3, better people, right? I'm talking about you.
That's number 8.
8, number
Camera
8.
3 over there.
I'm the
Do we know
worst.
which camera we're looking at?
Last time we had tally lights.
Yeah.
They were really useful because it was like
Yeah.
red, red, red.
Why don't we have telly lights this year?
Dylan didn't want to do it
Ah.
Right.
because he doesn't have
Tally
to sit
lights.
over here. He doesn't understand.
We should get Dylan to
You
sit over
realise
here
I
and
can
speak
see
to
you.
camera.
I saw what you just did. I was watching you. Like the camera might not be pointing at you, but I am facing you.
I can
You're
see.
in public. You're not even in a car. Like you could get away with that kind of thing in a car, but I can see you. More after the break.
So,
We've got
after
a
the
break.
I wish I had a break.
Is there a break?
So I'm wondering if our analysts.
Can I
So after
send
the
you
break-
can I send you some YouTubes to play on YouTube? No. Can't you just play it on a monitor?
Okay, we
and
just show random cat pictures or something. That's what Winston Peters did yesterday.
our viewership.
Can we just turn this into a
Skyrocket.
YouTube party?
Exactly. That's what Winston Peters did yesterday, right? At a Q&A, right? He asked someone to ask him for a cat picture, and he did it. Massive retweet
On
for
Twitter.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, lovely.
yeah.
So we just randomly put some cat photo there. I'm sure that's gonna get us right up top one.
Colin Craig did something quite clever with his Reddit AI.
No.
Did we?
What did you do?
He cancelled
He
it.
didn't show up.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no.
He was
Very
having
clever.
struggles with his press secretary.
That was bizarre. And watching, he handled it really well. So, I don't know, it was a TVNZ interviewer, I think, who said,
Yeah.
what's going on with your press secretary? And
Oh,
he said-
TV3.
Was it TV3?
Yeah, someone
And he
ran
was-
up to him and go, what did you, yeah, do you know what
What's
happened?
going on with Judith? I can't remember her name.
Rachel.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, I think she's having a sleep. She's going to be
having
in
a
touch
day
with me
off.
this afternoon.
She's
And
a
he
bit
said,
tired.
well, actually, she's resigned.
resigned,
And he
yeah.
was like, oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
And that's accurate.
Yeah.
Like, it's true. That is
And
unfortunate for him.
she's done a great job, and she's tough.
And that's what
I
everyone's
thought
asking.
he it didn't seem to faze him. He just kept going. I was quite impressed by that because some people, like Tony Abbott, would go,
that was the best of you.
and then win anyway.
Just did and nodded. Amazing. So
Tony Abbott is what happens when you elect a fuckwit. That's what happens. Beware, New Zealand. Could happen here too. It probably has.
Dear.
So is this a surprise? Is this like a shock result?
This is
for,
not
I'm a
as
little
close
surprised.
as I think a lot of people thought it would be.
For national to govern alone?
It is a huge surprise for national to govern alone, and I think that's a terrible thing under MMP.
I think even for national is a bit surprised because they
Yeah.
think they do need
Yeah.
New Zealand First or something.
Yeah.
But I think Conservative is out. Internet Man is probably out.
Yeah.
Hone's not there, so
Yeah. Greens are down.
Greens
one
down,
so
which
far.
is really bad for the lefties who's always wanted the change of government.
Yeah.
So it's not looking so well for them.
So we're now over 60% results counted.
And Emmanuel
And
Kirk is
National is sitting on 62.
Yep.
Labour on 31. Green Party 13.
Oh, that's not
New
bad.
Zealand First 11. Māori on 2. ACT on 1. United Future on 1. And everyone else, nothing at the moment.
So the biggest surprises are what? Internet Mana out?
Conservative not getting over the threshold at all. I mean,
They were never going to get
It
there.
seemed like it was getting close, and then they dropped.
Yeah.
Internet Mana, I think, is a big surprise.
Yeah. Do we need to ice some more cupcakes or just eat them?
Are we allowed to do that?
We can't eat them.
Oh, we can't eat the cupcakes. But it's too close to call to put more icing on there, is
Well, we
it?
could put plenty more. I mean, Labour's got 28 seats, surely. Yeah.
But they've only got 3 list MPs that can
That's
go in, so
amazing.
that's not going to be any.
Well, you know what? Fair's probably fair if we call New Lynn for David Cunliffe.
Yep. That's probably
Because he's currently sitting on a 2,000 majority. They're not quite at 50% count.
Well, Neil Lynn is David Cunliffe's spotlight.
We can call Napier. Did we call Napier for Stuart Nash? 80% counted.
See, we did quite quickly come up with a rule that we weren't allowed to ice a cupcake without specifically making it clear what electorate.
Well, we
that
should be able
represented.
to ice at
And
least
that-
1 or 2 Labours,
That
shouldn't
lasted for as long as it took Ben to
Below
indiscriminately
the whole
spray
I believe
blue icing.
I believe
everywhere.
it's been repaired. It's been repaired.
Someone undid your damage.
Damien O'Connor, we can call 80% in West Coast Tasman.
Yeah.
You know, just going down the list, something strikes me. You know, I'm looking for seats with a really strong margin so that we can call one. And I'm looking for one that is Labour with a really strong margin. The seats with a strong margin are all national.
Yeah. So for the Neil Lynn one, probably the only one, wouldn't it?
Todd Barclay in Clutha, it's got a 12,000, almost 13,000 vote majority.
Yeah.
And the result is now 97.7 count, right?
Yeah.
We've got to call that one for Todd. So let's call
In a
Battleground.
Battleground.
Southland. We're gonna go out on a limb here.
So we've overtaken NRL Sydney Queensland in the hashtag wars.
Yay!
But we've dropped to number 7. I don't
Oh,
know
and
how that
Paul Henry
works.
dropped anyway, so calling Craig up because he's not getting in.
Yeah, Colin Craig up to 4.
Oh, interestingly,
Horny's number 9.
John Campbell has disappeared completely.
John Campbell?
Yeah.
He's dropped off the hashtag list.
So I think if we're tweeting, just randomly tweet this discourse vote just because. Hey, here's my cat, discourse vote.
Although apparently our actual stats are falling very far behind, but Dylan doesn't really. Oh, right.
How's this for an endorsement? Discourse votes.
Hey, I think
Better
they've
TV
caught up.
for better people.
Yay!
Has Dylan managed to refresh the on-screen results? They look fresher now.
That's good.
Camera 8. we've got a question from Twitter. Is camera 8 intentionally slightly unfocusing? Are you doing that? Is it soft focus on me? Is it like a beauty filter? Because I don't need that.
It's closest to me, so the lens is fogging up. I can just see me. That's my body heat.
So someone had a theory, I missed this 51 minutes ago, that small rural areas vote right wing and are finished counting earlier.
Probably.
That sounds right.
That sounds
And
right.
so now it's coming back away from national, is it? Oh, we've got another live cross happening, do we?
I'm hearing something on the satellite feed. Is that Paris? Where is he? I can't ask him. There's a 10-second delay. You need to.
Who is that?
Here's Ryan. The stream missed that.
Oh. So if the techs wandered away from their desk this often during the shuttle launch, it would fly directly into the sun.
Well done.
I voted for the Greens, actually.
Voted for the Greens, and was that both candidate and party vote?
It's basically as a self-destructing fucking vote.
Right, so...
But I'll go for the left wing as far as I can go.
Right, and that's the Greens for you?
Yeah.
You know that they got their party just down the street there.
Yeah, well, I don't give a fuck. The same thing. They're pretty good, but I think they're all in the same thing.
And what do you expect to see for the next 3 years?
Same as before.
And what was happening before?
Bullshit. The whole thing is bullshit.
Lots of bullshit. Thanks very much, Max.
Thank you, thank you.
That was lots of bullshit there from, lots of predicted bullshit for the next 3 years from Max, man on the street.
Shit going on.
Same shit going on. Back to you, Morgan.
Thank you, Ryan. That was really illuminating. Apparently, a lot of people are assholes.
A lot of
That's the word
politicians,
from the
particularly.
street. Yes.
Yeah.
Also, that guy wants to go as far left as he possibly can. I think that it has to be said. That was more evidence for your thesis that actually things aren't necessarily clean on the left.
Breaking news from our analyst NZ Cos on Twitter. You clowns can call Annette at Rongatai and Rongatai. So we can call the fact that Annette has won Rongatai. Annette King with a 6,000 vote majority. Ryan's just going to go in for an explore. Do we have the sound?
Is the sound up?
Oh, there he is.
Where's Vegas?
On K Road. Yeah, he's going into the strip club.
It's good having the earbud.
Yeah, I could hear. Yeah. Find out what
Dylan,
the
if you
strip
can
is.
hear me, I'm just wondering how's Calvin Davis going against Hone?
Oh, he's winning. He's
Is
absolutely.
he aware that he's live? All right.
Neck and neck. Cheers.
Man, so you can hear how long that delay is. Yeah. That's incredible.
Are we live as well?
Nicky K's,
We're here on K Road where there is a frenetic energy. Tensions are high on election night. Everybody here is paying attention to TV screens or people on the street. There's an air of desperation. The weather's turned out for it as well. These people smoking shisha. I'm sorry, Dylan, can you say that again? Certainly can. People smoking shisha in desperation, knowing that tomorrow brings with them potentially a new government, potentially the old one. They're smoking shisha like it's their last day on earth. More people smoking shisha, just get that for just our cameraman Zani there. Do you want to just get the desperation, the sheer gallows humour, people just laughing hysterically, trying to put on a brave face, knowing what's to come. And here we are, potentially, at the Colin Craig Conservative Party party. We've been informed we're not allowed in. There's no way to know what's going on up there tonight. We've heard that Colin Craig is calling it a failure of democracy. We've been told, as I say, that we're not allowed in to join Colin or interview him. These people walking casually down the street as if nothing's wrong on election night. Thank you, Morgan. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Ryan. We've been negotiating with the Conservatives to get into their party.
Yeah.
But they just say no.
I'm just running once around the Twitters to see what's happening here. Are we back live?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
So it looks like us, doesn't it?
what we're doing now is we are doing some cupcake parliament.
Yes.
So if we can go to camera 1, wherever camera 1 is, camera 1. Can anyone remember who we're calling?
We're calling Annette.
Annette
King and Rongotai.
has one Rongotai.
Yes. She has.
All right, so we're icing 1 for Labour. We're icing Rongotai.
And a blue Todd Barclay.
There's Annette.
Oh, they did fix up your cupcake.
Yay! Oh, they did fix up your ice.
Congratulations, Annette. Your cupcake is sweet and delicious.
We can call Damien O'Connor in West Coast Tasman for Labour as well.
All right, we're calling West Coast Tasman for Labour.
Yay!
Yeah. Peter Dunn is down to 800 vote majority.
Wow.
Or 63% counted.
Surely he's going to win though.
Yeah.
So we were going to do it. We are calling another national electorate. Who was it? It was Clutha.
Clutha Southland, 98% counted. Todd Barclay, 13,000 vote majority to the lobbyist. Ben, did you go crazy?
Yeah,
okay,
he has a lot of national ones.
One of those ones that he already iced is Clutha Southland. Congratulations, Todd Barclay. You had a gigantic majority. Good one, Todd. I don't know anything about you. You probably are a good person, though, I expect.
I know, that's amazing, isn't it?
So I was just going to go around the Twitters and see who's tweeting. So I went and had a look at...
I think Colin's pretty upset about, his huge margin.
I think he was also in the middle of a lap dance.
Yeah, he probably is.
Kim.com hasn't tweeted for 5 hours.
Oh, why would he? He's probably quite upset, is he?
David Cunliffe?
Oh, David, been feeding people sausages and beer or something, I think. That's what the last tweet was.
So David Cunliffe's last tweet, 2 hours ago. It's cold out there. We thought that the journalists waiting patiently outside could do with a sausage and a drink.
Yes. And John Key's been feeding journals pizzas, apparently. So.
Right. See, I said he was having pizza.
Yeah.
There we go.
He's having a family barbecue. I'm a bit disappointed he's using...
sausage and a drink out.
He's cooking on gas. Yeah. Should check out John Key.
Disappointed that he's cooking on gas.
Yeah.
Yes, and John Key's probably still partying at the party HQ.
Oh. It's John Key PM, isn't it? Not John Key. He's going to have to change that handle soon.
There we go.
John Key. He hasn't tweeted since September the 8th. Oh no. Yeah, he's tweeted yesterday.
Do you think he's ever tweeted?
No, probably not.
He himself doesn't tweet them anyway, someone else did. But I guess everyone's busy cheering for Kelvin, apparently, because he's obviously winning a margin against Hone. So apparently all the net's been cheering at the party HQ, going, yes!
Probably not a lot of national supporters on the Māori roll there, though.
No.
So I guess they can't do the strategic voting themselves.
So what they do is, if they do, they're asking them to vote for a Labour candidate.
You know, it's really incredible that New Zealand First did a clean sweep of all of the Māori electorates. Let's not forget that happened, what, 1996? They took every single one of them. I think that's amazing. And now, of course, they take none.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's incredible how much things can change from one election to the next.
96, that was the election when Winston promised not to go into coalition with National.
And then did.
And then he did.
Yeah.
And
So a lot of people supported him. Yeah. Yeah.
It's just common sense.
People have short memories.
It's just common sense, James. That's what it is.
Not everyone has a short memory.
I'm personally having internet issues, but just looking down the list.
All right, let's have a look. What are the latest updates?
I think we have a winner in our 100% race.
Have we? Yes, we have we? Yes, we
Rangitata
have.
is in.
Rangitata is the first.
One with 100. Oh.
100%.
We need
massive-
some more red frosting, I think.
Why? Why?
Congratulations, Joe Goodhue.
That's Nats, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's another Nat. Very solid majority,
It's
over
gotta be blue.
13,000 majority.
That'd be blue.
No, that's a blue. Nats.
blue.
National.
It's blue.
Yeah.
National. Good. But you've already done a lot of national ones, so we probably have
Sorry to say, 12
Shall
might
it?
not be enough by the end of the night. At the end of the day,
We're going to need a bigger bag of frosting.
Yeah.
It might be an early finish. I mean, it's a bit of a.
It's doing really
We've
fast.
just called another one for national.
Yeah, so we.
Well, I don't know why that happened. I'm as frustrated as you are. It was Ben being premature again.
We've easily gone past 12.
Listen, we probably could do 60 right now. Yeah, you're telling
Yeah,
me.
no, we gotta chuck the purple one out. They're not gonna get anywhere. The Conservatives probably not gonna get anywhere, so we can chuck that one out.
Yeah. Conservatives dropped to 4.2%. Internet Mana's down on 1.2%.
X has won, I think.
Yeah.
Axwood has David Seymour, but that will be it.
Civilian Party is closing in. They're within one vote of the New Zealand Independent Coalition.
Oh. Wow.
Hello, I'm taking one.
Are you desperate for a different colour?
there's 1,200 people who, unlike me, still knew that the Democrats.
Well, we can't really call it. We can't really call electorates for
Green
Green because they're not going to win any.
What's interesting
and
is Nikki
it's the same
K's-
problem with New Zealand First.
As the count in Auckland Central, it's down at 66%. It's growing. Nikki K's lead is dropping.
Yeah.
It's down to 278 now.
Yeah.
Right.
Nikki's K's.
But that's been kind of. But Maungakeke has gone
Yeah.
up back again, so Sam's
Yeah.
going up
Maungakeke,
by quite a
yeah.
bit now. So
Yeah.
interesting.
What's the lead into Tai Tokoro now? A
Taitokoro.
lot healthier.
It's coming back. No, it was 500 before, and it's just peaking back.
But
a
it's
little
probably
bit.
still going to be Calvin, not
Yeah.
Hone, though, isn't it?
It looks like it. Looks like it.
Which is kind of be really upsetting for Hone and
Kim.com.
Kim.com, who spent all that money on a party that didn't
I
win.
think we can probably call Mount Albert for David Shearer.
Yeah.
He's got a pretty good majority. We can probably call Mount Roskill Phil Goff.
Yeah.
But what is interesting is both Mount Albert and Mount Roskill has got a bigger National Party vote this time than previously. So that's what's been
Yeah.
that was the observation. So,
So I've got a suggestion for a cupcake decoration. That the Clutha Southland cupcake should have a cigarette butt sticking out of it for Todd Barclay.
That's disgusting.
no one's going to eat that.
No.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't think anyone in this room even smokes.
No.
I hope no one in this room smokes.
So more importantly, the yes/no vote for independence of
That is
Northland.
so disappointing. So this is Scotland. They've got a
Scotland.
really similar population to New Zealand.
Yeah. Do they? Is it about 4 million?
A little bit over.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they had something like 4 million votes, I think, didn't they? Oh no, there were 4 million eligible voters. And they had an extraordinary turnout. It was a very simple question. Do you want to be independent? Yes. Or do you want to stay in the United Kingdom? No. And the no's took it. I mean, everyone, this is not breaking news for anyone, but
No.
it's so disappointing.
Was it though? I mean, was it going to be successful? Was it going to be useful to them economically, or for the growth and ability of the country to?
Well, what direction? I mean, are they a net benefactor of being part of that kind of greater country?
I think
they
so.
may well be.
Yeah, I think so.
England has a big population, a big tax base.
Yeah, I think that the issue was more about the infrastructural thing. Like they were talking about NHS and then then their national security and that kind of basic infrastructural thing.
Yeah.
And how do they accommodate that?
Yeah.
Do they have the resources to do it? I think that was the conversation there about because otherwise I think majority of the Scots still wants to be independent, but kind of go, oh, what am I going to do now? Do I need separate currency? I think they need to get out of NATO as well or something.
Yeah.
A whole lot of different things that we should think
Well,
about.
they wanted to get rid of all the nukes.
Yeah.
Which is a very principled position, very difficult thing to do.
Peter Dunn's lead is dropping as the count increases. He's down to 700 votes now. I think he'll still get there, but it's dropping away.
I'll be kind of sad if Peter Dunn couldn't get anything, isn't it? Yeah. He's just been one of those who's been there forever, like Winston Peters.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what he does, but he's always there.
I am stunned by Winston Peters' ability to get that 9% or 8.9%. He doesn't have a lot of face time. He doesn't, he is one of the last great orators, though, of Parliament.
Yeah.
I remember all I remember about him is every parliamentary term he goes off about how crap the what do they call the induction speeches and the valedictory speeches are, and people are reading notes, and he's really offended by it. I think it's quite interesting.
He's had a lot of practice in the House, though. He's been an MP since 1984.
I know, he's been there for too long.
Wow.
So do you think that there is any place for term limits?
Perhaps.
Cycle people through?
Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Rufus Southampton.
Is everyone just feeling a bit like it's kind of a done deal now?
I think so,
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a national parliament. Whether they even need ACT there, I guess they bring them in.
Well, there will always be that, David Seymour, so, it's probably good to have him there.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that. We needed that close up.
It's a real ECU.
Well,
oh, whoa.
Hello. That's scary. That's really scary.
What was that about?
It's Dylan on the camera.
Yeah,
look at that, look at that.
He's adjusting his ND filter.
I don't know what he's doing.
There you go. Oh, dun dun dun.
This isn't distracting. So should we be doing something else? Let's have a look at the notes. Let's see what's happening with all of our favourite parties. Gracewood proposal. How's the Gracewood proposal going? 4.22% for Conservative.
It's dropped away.
It's going pretty great.
Yeah, well, it is. Yeah.
It's not making a difference. It's not enough.
No.
Is Asanati back?
No, sadly not.
Sadly?
Well, she's been quite entertaining.
Oh, it's true. For comedy value.
Definitely not back.
It's quite important.
So Epsom. Yes, it's David Seymour for Epsom.
Well, I think we can call that David Seymour. I mean, hey, I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah, it's a pretty big majority.
Yeah.
Another breaking news: we've been overtaken by UFC Japan.
I'm not surprised. UFC is fantastic. Maybe we should put UFC on.
Yeah, maybe we should.
Do you know? So there's a series called The Ultimate Fighter that feeds into UFC, and they take like young aspiring fighters who have a little bit of experience but they haven't reached high levels, and they run them through intense training camps, and they have to fight each other, and the person that wins ultimately goes and gets a UFC contract and fights, and they all have fights in the UFC. This season, you might be surprised to learn this, every single fighter is female.
Wow.
Every fighter is female. which I think is amazing.
Yeah.
And they're incredible fighters.
Could you
as
call
well.
that the Ronda
They're not
Rousey
slapping.
effect?
They're not scratching each other and pulling each other's hair.
No, they're fighting.
They're
yeah.
serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fantastic to watch.
Apparently
And it's been such a big change in such a small amount of time. The previous season that I watched, they had mixed. And then the previous 17 seasons was all dudes, right? So this is a huge change. Yeah. No one is interested in that, except the few people who watch UFC.
I'm a huge fan of Ninja Warrior, personally, but that's not you.
Unrelated?
That's not you.
That's not fighting.
No.
That's
I know, but it's mush, you know. Mush.
That's Wipeout with athletes.
Yeah. Someone needs to turn Bevan's mic down a smidge. Scary close-ups.
Scary close up for me?
Sorry.
No, that was on Ben.
Oh, that was on Ben. Yeah, that wasn't.
There's been a couple of tweets about Christchurch. You know, someone saying,
What's happening?
you know, given you know the having seen the rebuild or the lack of rebuild, I'm surprised by the level of national
Why are they not
support
being punished? Yeah.
in Christchurch.
Yeah.
And someone else, you know, well, you know, we do need to hear about the people of Christchurch. We need to hear from Christchurch for bingo purposes. But otherwise, you know, that's probably enough about Christchurch, is it?
Well, we're not talking about Christchurch anymore.
I think
I'm just helping someone with a bingo card.
I think that's
actually about a video card.
Bingo card.
Bingo card. No, I think that's the thing that they might lose the nets there, but for Christchurch. But I think they're doing fairly well in it so far. I mean, they actually thought that we're just going to lose her for Christchurch. So
Christchurch Central was meant to be close, but it's just been absolutely smashed by Nicky Wagner.
So
someone said they almost cried
calling
when
Rodney
we
for
called
Mark Mitchell.
Epsom for David Seymour.
Well, Epsom has to be for David Seymour, I think.
Have we called Epsom? We haven't got the iced yellow cupcake yet, have
No, we should call for the yellow icing.
No.
Yeah, I think we should.
I don't want to admit it. That,
oh, come on.
That tool is going to be my MP.
I'm sure he'll be helpful.
Yay!
You know what, though? I've heard that he's been a really hard worker in campaigning.
Yes.
Lots of handshaking.
I think that's worth something. As long as he actually stays in touch with his electorate. Honestly, I don't think we want to stay in touch with him. But it would be nice to think that he would be, an effective representative for all of the poor downtrodden masses.
But
Epsom.
But has any of the Epsom MPs actually been in touch with Epsom?
No.
Exactly.
No.
So he won't be.
Because they are elected here.
Yeah.
Because it's a deal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I used to live in Epsom, and I don't think I've ever met them except for,
Did you vote?
I did vote.
Oh, that's good.
But they've never actually...
National.
I did.
Yeah.
And I said, I just don't want to vote for an ex-person when I was in Epsom. I can't do it.
Yeah.
It's not right.
Yeah. I'm not a super fan of the deals, but it's dumb not to do deals.
It is.
When do you think the last time was that an Epsom resident had a problem where they needed assistance from their
And Rodney
MP?
came to the rescue.
Yeah. Surely, if you're living in Epsom, you
I
just
can
got
imagine
millions of
Rodney
dollars
being
to
really
throw at the
effective.
problem.
Rodney's probably more effective than John Max.
If he actually gave a shit. I mean, obviously, I haven't had a stroke. I don't think that he is currently the MP. But, he was for a while.
Yeah.
And I can imagine him having been effective. If people actually took issues to him, I just don't believe anyone would take anything to him.
No.
And I just don't think anyone would take anything to David Seymour.
No.
It just seems too unlikely.
I think the only thing that he talked about was the school, wasn't it? That with the school zone expansion, I think that was the only thing that he said people come and talk to me about.
Yeah.
No. I don't think any of the ex-MP has done anything for Epsom, really, to be honest.
So let's see
So are we?
I'll do that.
How does this compare to the polls? Like the polls just didn't do anything accurate, did they?
This is not even close. So I think there was an expectation.
So National was trending down through like 45-44% poll.
And it was set, we might be being a little bit premature.
The Greens were up 13.
They could still drop.
14%.
Not hugely.
Well, it's 82% results counted now.
So it won't be a huge change.
No.
It'll be about the same.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
I think what was interesting. I mean, I know the Herald poll was a bit sort of not quite right there, but I think it was interesting that people were saying that after .com did his moments of truth, people started supporting National.
More.
That was fairly shaky ground
It was.
mathematically.
It was.
600 interviewed before and 200 interviewed after.
Yeah.
And the difference in the expected trend from the first 600 and the actual result in the final 200 was 4 people.
Yeah.
And based on those 4 people, they thought it was, they had a statistical kind of claim to make a front page story out of it.
Yeah.
It was,
that's what they do though.
Another of our online Twitter analysts has pointed out that Trevor Mallard's leads down to 200 votes.
Yes.
And Hud South, is it?
Yes. But he's still winning.
Running at 455 now. 237. I've just heard in my ear that we have a correspondent. Heading to Westminster
well, I guess we have to
Abbey.
keep going for at least another half an hour then.
Westminster Abbey. Yes, more icing.
Yes, and we are about to get a microphone and a camera, and we can come for your...
No, but I think...
So I don't think we're going to see any big changes.
No.
Calvin Davis is pulling away 800 votes
Yep,
now.
so I think Calvin's probably going to get that one.
Yep. Peter Dunn is stabilising on 800 votes, still massively reduced in his...
So Maungakeke is no longer Thai, I think. Sam's still winning by quite a bit more
pulled away a lot now, to 1,000 votes.
And Auckland is still close, but probably still Nikki.
So the most interesting one right now is probably actually Hut South for Trevor Mallard.
Just out of interest, how many votes at this point for Denise Roche in Auckland Central?
Some of them are difficult.
Right.
So again, if those Greens voters had voted for
even a third of them,
for Jacinda Ardern, then they would have taken her across the line. I guess the same thing again in Napier, though. If we look at Stuart Nash is winning purely off the back of the split vote between the Conservatives, between Garth McVicker and National.
You're very close now.
I think that the reason for all those purples is that United Future are purple and olive.
What is
but United Future
what's the turnout looking like? Someone asked on Twitter, it's a good point. What is the turnout looking like? Statistics, is it? No.
Oh, there's someone did tweet about turnout. It wasn't too bad. I can't remember where it was now. I think the turnout was not bad.
Mallard's lead is down to 230, and I think that we're getting ready to go and do some cupcake parliament. You're going to need to give me numbers. Are we going to call Ohariu for
Yes, they're doing cupcakes
United
now.
Future, which is
only barely
purple and olive.
Oh, United Future will barely. We're not sure if he's going to win. He might still lose.
Hello. It's going real good. How are you guys doing?
Yes.
I'm not sure. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Are we going to improve Ben's cupcakes? Are we going to do more cupcakes?
Listen, we could improve Ben's cupcakes by just kicking the whole thing sideways. You should stand up for are you ashamed? Did you fix them for him? Because that was. Do you normally do the icing stuff? I feel uncomfortable saying frosting, but Delicious Cupcakes call it frosting.
Here's the thing. I feel like stuff.co.nz already has a cupcake parliament on their website.
What?
Well, it's not cupcakes, but they've already picked the colours, and we're sitting here with an uncoloured cupcake parliament.
You know, you're probably right,
it's
but
disappointing.
We don't know quite how few Labour ones we should do.
Okay, well,
That might be too many for Labour already.
How many
Fresh
would
batteries.
you like to do?
I would like to do like
how many is a
50
realistic
for
number?
Labour, and 15 for Green, and like.
I mean, do you,
Yeah, I know.
do
She asked what I
do
want.
we have any numbers? Are we just icing?
I think we should let's just predict. Has everyone walked away from the computers? Because the computers are where we get up.
62 seats for National.
Just start going.
Oh, okay, so I've got 12.
Another 40, another 40.
I say don't go over 55. Because there might be a little bit of change.
So how many would you like to vote?
Has John Key come out of his limousine on TV1 yet?
No.
Any surprises?
Fuck off. Get out of it.
Fair enough.
Is it? 62.
Yeah. 62.
How's the election going for you?
The election for me is pretty much what the polls have been predicting for a while.
No.
No.
No, Labour's collapsed. The Greens are about 50% down from where polls predicted they'd be.
Yeah, but don't you always find there's a turn to the whichever party's in power? Just as you get to, lots of the undecided voters always come in and vote for the sitting government.
Yeah.
So in that way you expect there to be a turn towards National as you come to the election.
Yeah.
So you always expect the undecided
Previously,
to
I
flip.
think that they've fixed the bias problems with the polls, maybe. So previously it was pretty clear that there was about a 4% variance between what National would get and what the polls would say they'd get. And there would also seem to be a pretty clear variance between Labour and polls and reality.
Yeah.
So Labour would be expected to be a bit higher, but they've been lower, and National would be expected to be a bit lower, and they've been much higher.
Yeah.
Green consistently have polled higher than they end up getting,
Yeah.
which seems like it's the case again tonight.
Yeah.
So who are they asking?
Yeah.
Who are they talking to? Where do they get their numbers from?
Yeah.
We want to know.
Is it possible they just make it up? Like they literally don't phone anyone. All those internet things just go into a bit bucket, and someone is just like, "Oh, this sounds about right." What was it last time?
Well, I mean, has anyone here been polled? We could
I
ask.
haven't
Maybe
been
somebody's
polled.
been polled. There we go. No one's been polled.
I haven't been polled.
They're unscientific polls.
Have you been polled?
60, 61.
Oh, you should probably stop.
Stop. Yeah, that's about.
You said 62.
No, I said 55.
Ben said 62.
Oh, that's okay.
Discourse,
We're not calling the whole election yet.
Start looking at the
So what's going on?
Nothing. Not much at all.
Things all right over here?
Yep. Bubs is asleep.
Was there any dairy-free stuff in that dinner?
Yeah. Loads. Yeah.
Those churros, quite nice. Chocolate.
So how's it going?
It's going very well indeed.
Are you a National supporter?
I'd want to be looking at that list of cupcakes.
Yeah, let's. God damn, I'm so relieved that my party's won. It's going to be another great 3 years for New Zealand. I'm looking forward to every minute of it. Are you a National supporter?
What's that?
No.
No, I'm not going to disclose my party affiliation.
Do you keep secrets? Oh, was it ACT? Are you embarrassed? You should be embarrassed. That's terrible. It's you and like 25 other people in the country. Have you seen how they poll? Terrible.
Yeah,
like 0.68 of 1%.
Yeah, it's quite impressive, really. I didn't even know that was statistically possible.
Yeah, it's amazing. But ACT can do it. How's it going?
Wonderfully. How are you?
I'm pretty good, actually. This is it's feeling really optimistic in the room
Optimistic for what exactly?
for the future of New Zealand.
In which ways do you think?
If you're a fan of dairying,
Dairying?
yeah, dairying is definitely the future. Also, exporting raw wood.
Excellent.
If you want to basically just like Canadian companies that own leases on a bunch of our forestry and then export wood that they grow here back to Canada or maybe to China, and then they make it into actual useful things and then they sell it.
I'm entirely misunderstanding the connection between who we're voting for and the dairying.
Oh, well, that's probably fair. Listen.
I'm sorry. What else would you like?
I could do with a coffee.
Could you?
Yeah.
Would you like us to get you a coffee? We can probably find that.
Oh, we've got a huge move on the Cupcake Parliament, camera one.
No yellow, no yellow.
We are calling we're calling Epsom
Can we just look it off?
for ACT in a minute. David Seymour.
My next door neighbour.
Fuck is it? He's such a tool. He's such a tool.
We need some green in there.
How's it
going? Good.
Are you happy with how things have gone? We
I
kind of expected it, but but I hoped for it to be a bit closer.
I'm more of a, I don't mind sharing my party affiliations. I'm more of a green-blue type. So if National could knock the edge off their environmental policies and the Greens could work a bit more on some of their financial policies, I think we could have a good government. But yeah, not looking good so far.
Environmental stuff doesn't need to be a left or right thing, does it?
No.
Just about thinking long term or thinking short term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in 15 years' time we're self-driving cars and a full electric, a full renewable resource economy. Then, yeah. I have nothing else to say really.
Fair enough. So how's everything going? Does this feel like we've still got momentum with this thing, right?
Yeah. We're going to roll this thing up?
Yeah, I think we've called it, haven't we? Just, can someone who's got some internet?
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be 12 green, 11 New Zealand first.
Really? Are we calling some New Zealand first?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of them.
There we go. There we go.
13 green. Oh, it's got a different kind of nozzle. Jeez, do you see the back of my head then? It's like just 3 sausages just stuck to the back of my skull. 11.
Oops. Hold on.
So we also are going to need, I don't know what the icing is for United Future, but it's going to be purple, green, somehow. It's going to be one of the 3 purples we've got.
You have some purples. We have
So we're giving,
this purple and this purple. I think it's a little bit.
I think it must be the,
Yeah, that one. So what's this one? No, there's a...
yeah, we won't need it.
We won't need it. So which one is Internet Mana? Internet Mana? It's Mana.
I think Māori Party get 2, I think. Are Māori still on 2?
Yes.
Um,
Which one are we going to give them? I think it's this one. Yeah. Yeah. So we'd like 2 for this one?
No, 1. 1 for United Future. Oh, gushes. And our competition trigger was never tripped.
No.
So we're just... Why don't we just give it to the best crew member? Meat pack. I very clearly stated the rules.
Camera 8 wins the meat pack. Oh, what a mess.
It is interesting though. They all majority of the electorate MP that's confirmed are actually nets. There's only one.
Yeah.
Labour. So that's all that's counted.
It's pretty
now.
nutty. So shall we go back and have a look at what
Let's
we
restore the energy of this show. Shall
we thought was going to be
Because
interesting.
It felt like we were completely lost it then when we were very. I mean, it was very depressing for me going through. I mean, Cupcake Parliament. It should be a happy time for everyone.
It should be.
It should have children laughing and playing around it. And instead, it was just people going, oh, geez, how many more for National? Oh, really, that many? Have we got enough frosting? God.
So
Surely, can I stop now? No, you can't stop now.
No.
You've got to put more.
More
You've got to put more.
You've got to eat
We're
that
going to
shit
have to
as
use
well.
the Conservative Party frosting because we've got a whole lot of that and we don't need any of it.
We don't need any
And it's also blue.
Poor Colin, and he wasted all that money on them.
I think
on
we're
his
going live.
campaign.
Another live cross, are we?
Are we?
Who are we crossing to?
Not sure.
So Twitter asks, did someone just give out their phone pin on Discourse Votes?
I don't know.
10 minutes or so ago? Did someone unlock something like in front of the camera or say what the number was? I mean,
Just
it's not a
change it right
problem.
now.
Well, they need to get the phone before it's a problem.
Exactly.
We have not yet got a percentage turnout, and let's have a look at Mallard.
So we've had two comments. One, Winston Peters' icing looks like shit. And it's no surprise New Zealand
that's a
first
quote.
cupcakes look like they're topped with turds.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are quotes.
Trevor Mallard, he was down to about 200-ish.
Yep.
And now he's up to 738.
Yeah.
We're at just about 90% of the vote counted for Hutt South, and I think it's going to Mallard.
Peter Dunn's going to get it, 625 votes.
Tight, but he's
He
gonna
better get it. We've iced his cupcake.
We did?
Yeah. That's the definitive result.
We did? Oh, wow.
Once we ice that cupcake, that's it.
There's no going back.
Okay.
There's no going back. Just looking back through the other electorates. Rotorua, how did Tamati Coffee do in the end?
Not very well, isn't he, apparently?
Rotorua.
It's really not even close.
6,000 odd
over,
votes.
yeah, well over 6,000 to Todd McClay,
Yep.
and they're just about close enough to 100%.
And Upper Harbour, so Upper Harbour and Te Atatu. So Phil Twyford is
He's probably getting it now.
Paula Bennett's got a solid majority in Upper Harbour, almost 8,000 with 90% of the vote counted. So this is going to be Internet Mana Party, I think. Yeah, we're going to have a cross to the Internet Mana Party. Let's see what's happening for them. Oh no, we're going to Labour. I didn't even know that we were going to see Labour. All right, so this is the Labour election night party. And whenever it's ready, it's just going to start.
crossing live.
There we go.
Okay, ready to go. I'm just going to ask you random fucking questions. All right, cool.
Go.
Thanks, Morgan. We're here with Joe McCrory, who was involved in the campaign for, was it Jacinda's campaign?
Yeah, Auckland Central, yes.
For Auckland Central. How are you feeling about the results so far?
Well, it's tough. We want to see what the result is at, the conclusion of the count, but it's not looking fantastic, putting it mildly. But we'll see how we go in. But I think disappointing overall. I think for Labour, we'd be hoping to have a bit more than that. I think, yeah, definitely.
Is there anything you feel like you did that you shouldn't have done, or you should have did that you didn't do?
Well, looking at everything rolling in, I think what you can see, perhaps at this stage, I mean, it's quite hard to guess without everything counted. But what you're sort of seeing, a lot of the electorates run a really good game. In terms of look at Maunga Kēkea, I think that's too close to call at the moment with Carol Beaumont. Auckland Central, definitely our electorate, that was a lot closer than we predicted. And we're sort of seeing how that's going against Nikki there, so it's fairly close, a lot closer than we thought. But then you look at the party vote, and that has probably skewed out a lot since 2011. So when you look at that, you're sort of looking at, the ground game was good, people liked the candidates, but perhaps they, weren't convinced of the messages we were getting out there. So, we had capital gains tax, a few other things, and it's like, well, do we get that across the line? I don't know. I guess we'll see that in the sort of the days to come. But when your party vote's sitting there at this point in the night, you're sort of having a bit of a look and seeing, are we going to get there? I don't know.
Do you think that Cunliffe's apologising for being a man had a significant effect on the vote?
Possibly. I don't think so. To some extent. I think probably what had more effect was just there was some core Labour stuff we were standing for. So I mean, our housing policy, our policy on welfare, policy on the minimum wage, policy on the living wage, all of that stuff that maybe we didn't communicate that well, because we didn't hear a lot about that. We heard a lot about the gains tax, how complicated that was. Certainly that's what the Nats were saying. I was saying, and then in terms of the dirty politics stuff, stuff with the moment of truth, maybe that has clouded what would have otherwise been, a free run to talk about things. Maybe we should have talked about some of the other things, but as I said, it's hard to tell at this stage coming through, but you can definitely see the candidates are doing well. Stuart Nash has done well in Napier. Carol's doing really well in Maungakiekia. We're doing better than we thought we would, which is really positive. We're sort of seeing what's coming through, but when you're seeing your candidates doing well and the party perhaps not where we thought it would want to be, you're sort of looking at how we communicated some of those messages, and where we are.
What's your feeling on Kelvin Davis?
It's interesting with Kelvin. Perhaps I think what the sort of the left of politics will be looking at is really the effect of tactical voting, and certainly the Nats were looking at tactical voting in Epsom. We were looking at tactical voting in a few other seats, and I guess from the effect from Kelvin, it's a fantastic win for him personally. That's a great campaign that's got out. But then you look at the overall effect of that when we get the MMP formula, of course, and we look at left versus right in the House. Maybe that wasn't fantastic. We could have come to some accommodation there, but it is difficult. MMP is it's sort of a bit of a game at the end of the day in terms of the electorate vote. I guess what we'll look at after this election, people are going to be really looking at some of the deals that major parties are doing about electorate seats, whether it's worth having a review of that, whether it's worth parties being more upfront with voters about the effect that their electorate vote will have, when it means that you're bringing in 1%, 2% of the party vote. When it's a when it's a party vote that could be as close as what we have at the moment, and it potentially if Internet Mana get over the line, we poll a bit better towards the end of the night. Internet Mana are doing better. That's looking like a government being put together there. So it's very close, and the tactical voting obviously has a huge effect on that. So I suppose to answer your question, we'll definitely be looking at that at the end of the day.
So, of course, there are a number of electorates where votes to the Greens that could have gone to a Labour Party candidate would have pushed the Labour Party candidate over the line. If you were able to line up maybe 10 of the people who voted in that way, that non-tactical way, against a wall, perhaps blindfolded, and you were holding, let's say, a paintball gun, how tempted would you be just to shoot them with a paintball gun to cause them pain?
So it's a sort of pain, but it's not too bad.
not kill them. Well,
Right.
not murder.
Right. I see. Yes. No. That would probably be bad. I think the thing is, at the end of the day, with the Greens, I mean, if you're a Green supporter, you want to support your candidate and you want to vote for your party. I mean, there's going to be a lot of that. But again, as I was saying about the tactical voting, people know, well, I actually want to form a government at the end of the day. So if I want to vote for the Greens, my party vote, and then I look at the electorate vote and the effect that may have, maybe I would vote tactically. But so there probably could have been a bit of work there, but I think that would probably require Labour to do some accommodation with the Greens, as well as the Greens doing some accommodation with Labour. And I think when you've got a situation where John Key is doing a duty deal in Epsom, we're probably not going to see Labour and the Greens doing electorate deals in other electorates. So it kind of leaves it to the voters to work that out for themselves. And as we can see, maybe they're not drawing that conclusion by themselves.
Who's your favourite superhero?
Favourite superhero? Probably a weird sort of obscure one. So, I don't know, maybe the Max.
The Max, interesting. Who would win in a fight between the Max and, let's say, another urban-based... the Max and Spider-Man, who would win? In reality, not in the dreamscape.
Well, I think Spider-Man would probably have he would probably have a bit of support to win that, because the Max would be coming in, he'd be cast in sort of a villainous role. They would maybe reset his timeline a wee bit, and Spider-Man will probably draw it out. They'd tie it into some weird kind of bullshit sort of.
Max versus Punisher.
Max just to piss off the Punisher fans, I think, because they're quite a loyal bunch.
Max versus Deadpool.
Well, Deadpool, clearly.
Deadpool does kill the Marvel Universe.
Yes. Yep, pretty much.
Thanks very much for your time, Joe.
Thank you. Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Morgan. We'll be back to you soon. Cheers.
Thanks, Ryan. That was illuminating to learn about. I'm not sure who the Max is.
No.
I'm familiar with Spider-Man. We'll just cut it. All right. Yes, we will. It's how much. I'd like to know how much of that is going out on the stream, because it's actually quite interesting to hear him.
Yeah.
He's having a lot of trouble. Is he getting beaten up right now?
that sound's not going out over the stream. So back to the, are we in the studio now? We're live?
Yeah, we're back to the studio.
So we're 93% of the votes have been counted.
Yeah.
Still looking at 62 seats to National, 31 to Labour. The Green Party have 13 seats, so you know they're down 1 seat on last election. But of course, Internet Mana are out the back door. Yeah, Hono's going to be pretty grumpy, I think.
Yeah, well, and it's because of the deal with Internet Party, right?
Do you think that was the case? Do you think that's why he's lost Te
Tokoro? Yes.
Is because of lining himself with...
People don't like Kim.com, and I think they're right to not like Kim.com.
Yeah, and I think that seems to be the comments that's been going around is that they just want to get rid of Kim.com, and that was it. So, Hon sacrificed.
So, didn't he spend like $3 million on this campaign?
Yeah.
It was something incredible. Like Colin Craig and Kim seemed to be competing for who could burn the most money.
Yeah.
And who spend more on lawyers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who could do better.
So we're going to make a phone call now. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, we're waiting for a phone call.
We're not making a phone call.
Yeah.
Hey.
Where are we off to?
You all know who it is as soon as I say hello.
If it's there.
Can't hear it.
Oh, is it voicemail? If it's voicemail, kill it. Oh, wow. Now, how quickly did it go to voicemail? Was it instantly to voicemail?
Okay.
That's all right.
Try again later.
I was going to be nice to him. That's the only time I ever would have been nice to him. Tonight. Just because, I mean, I feel like, the right-wing supporters, like, you're probably pretty happy right now, right? Like, people who support the National Party have had a really huge success today.
The majority of
That's the majority of New Zealand, and they've voted and they've spoken, and and that's cool. Now we need to work with them.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they'll want to work, with
actually, a bare majority. If you call ACT United Future, I guess conservative right wing. So yeah, I mean, a huge majority then.
Yeah, huge majority. Yeah. Because New Zealand First.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to try and be involved, right?
Yeah.
And I guess we just hope that not too much damage happens.
Regardless of your political persuasion, what have we got to look forward to next term? Like, who will be the...
John Key's going to resign.
You think so?
I was absolutely sure that he was going to resign. And then he said that he was asked who his political hero was, and he said Keith Holyoake. And he said one of the reasons was that he won 4 terms.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I feel like that might be sending a little signal that he would like to do the same thing.
Stick around.
He wants to stick around.
I, for a long time, have thought that they win until Key leaves, right? He's so popular.
Yeah.
He's such a popular leader that, but once he leaves, they are definitely losing.
You think so?
Because who comes after him?
There's no natural successor.
Yeah. Who's it going to be?
But the interesting thing, of course, and a lot of people did say, if dirty politics and everything didn't kill National, they are pretty much indestructible at the moment.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And so that's because of Key, I think.
Yeah,
because he's such a good leader
and I
of the
don't
party.
think National's going to, go for someone else.
Yeah.
No.
But that's not going to be up to them. At some point, he's just going to say, "I'm really tired of doing this. I
It
want to go
might
and
be
make more
Stephen
money."
Joyce or whoever, but at the moment, it will still be John Key.
Yeah, he doesn't get rolled, right?
He won't get rolled.
He chooses at some point to leave. And Collins may have tried to roll him if he stayed on for too long. Who knows? But now I just don't see any prospect of her leading the party. And it was always said that the next leader was going to be either Joyce or Collins.
Yeah.
So the front runner has to be
Joyce.
Joyce. But he comes across kind of as a smug, arrogant, chortling asshole. And in some ways, I actually really like that about him.
It hasn't hurt Key.
Exactly.
Does he come across as a chortling asshole? He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people like that actually about him as well. Like he's not bothered. And
but you
it's kind of an admirable thing.
What it is that people like about him.
But you see,
well, I don't see it yet.
But if it's based on the dirty politics story, then it will be John Key putting up that friendly PM face, and then Joyce do the shit work, right? That's what it is. So and that's how it works. So if Joyce could do all that work, then presumably if he step up as a leader, then it shows that he could handle more than just one thing. He handled the Christchurch stuff. He minister of everything. Seems like he's the person who can handle everything. So he might be a natural leader for Nets.
But would the electorate like him?
Probably. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he seems to be.
He seems competent.
Competent. He seems to be very competent.
Yeah.
I can't see another person in Nets that could do it just yet, though. So. Yeah.
So hey, I'm scrolling down the electorate results list. There is only one Labour electorate, which is Mangere, that has a 5-digit Mangere, which has a 5-digit majority.
They're tiny, aren't they?
12,000.
Yeah, where Labour's won, it's by a little bit.
Yeah, the rest of them, they're 2,000-3,000. Whereas there's all over the show, national electorates won by 15,000, 12,000, 13,000 votes. It's unbelievable. It's an absolute smash.
Yeah, like Morris Williamson, 12,000.
And even when people ask about Papakura, Judith is winning there, so it's nothing. It's not hurting her.
So is this a collapse?
I think so, and that's what I was going to come to. Is say, what does Labour do from here? Like,
what is their problem?
How do you come back from this? Because it's been a horrible economic cycle for National to work in. Labour had a spectacular cycle before that.
Yeah.
What is it? I don't know. What do they do? I mean, is it the kind of, the coming ecological revolution? There's a lot of groundswell behind that. Or is it just, is it impossible for them? Is this the new normal?
I think it's the key effect. It's like the Steve Jobs reality distortion field, right?
Yeah, he's just
I
a
think
dude
there
that
are some
everyone
people
likes.
who have personalities and charisma that they just make a huge disproportionate difference. And I guess we'll find out whenever he stands down, and that might be after the next election.
Oh, but he did say he's still young and he could do it again.
Yeah, was he 50? What is he?
53.
53? 55?
Yeah.
And he said he can still do it again. So.
But is he enjoying? Like right now, I think he's probably enjoying it. But is he enjoying the job? I mean, lately he can't have been.
Well, apparently
the last few weeks he's been looking very old and tired.
Yeah. And apparently he makes more money out of his own savings and stock anyway than what he gets from PM anyway.
Yeah,
so
I'm sure.
He's really only doing it for being a PM because that's what he wanted to do as a child, isn't it? I think that's his childhood dream to become a PM.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. A lot of the Nets MPs have exactly the same thing. So,
You want to do more cupcakes?
More cupcakes.
So it's been suggested that we donate the meat pack to Women's Refuge. That was RMI on Twitter. That sounds like a perfectly fine idea.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
I think we do that. Dylan? Yep, okay, so agreed, we're donating the meat pack to Women's Refuge.
Thanks, Rob Isaac.
That's true. Okay, so it has been pointed out that the Women's Refuge might not want the meat pack, in which case, for your suggestion, RMI, Rob, I think that you get it. Yeah, if they don't want it, you get it, Rob, because that's a great idea. Smart move.
And he's free to raffle the meat pack and donate the proceeds to Women's Refuge.
That's right.
That's absolutely
that's a good idea.
That's correct.
So do we have so the questions are, can we get the cupcakes now? Probably. Do we have like a concession speech from David Cunliffe coming? Surely.
About what?
We should probably send someone to wherever that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Where will the Labour Party be?
He's been at his house, but
he's going to presumably he's going to travel to some hall somewhere.
Yeah.
And probably not resign.
With 95.4%.
So what do you think happens to Cunliffe? He was unpopular in the party.
Yeah.
He had to really battle to get the leadership.
Do they still
I think that he was a really great choice for the leadership, and I'm not sure that this loss is actually his fault. I just don't know that Labour were ever going to win this against a key-led National.
No, I don't think they were.
Because I think it's true that the dirty politics stuff, all this scandal stuff, all this garbage stuff with .com and all of that has been a distraction, and it's taken away from serious policy discussions.
Absolutely.
But I don't know if that makes the kind of difference that we've just seen. Because a lot of people just vote by feeling, you know? They, whether they feel positively or negatively towards a particular party.
But I think, you see, what happened is because the polling has said National is not doing well, it's actually encouraged a lot of the Nats going out there and vote. Because one of the worries that earlier the year is that Nats was polling so high that Nats voters might not go out and vote at all.
Yeah.
They got too comfortable. So this is actually getting them out there voting, the conservative ones that really want to get out there and vote.
Yeah.
So that's probably why. And I don't think they do get much about, they don't understand too much about the dirty politics stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
Or if they do, they just think it's kind of a beat up.
Yep.
And,
I mean, they definitely don't understand what's going on with Kim.com and the whole GCSB, whatever, South Sea, whatever thing that is, right? That's way too much for them. I think so. They just stuck with the traditional conversation. That's why they're probably winning.
Yeah. Drop another bottle cap. We have heaps. So we've now
been several fairly troubling issues around the dirty politics and around the GCSB and the privacy issues, which I think have been conflated with Kim.com's personal story, which is almost entirely unrelated.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think those have been gotten mixed up in the heads of people to a certain extent. And I think a lot of the fallout from dirty politics in particular will take quite a while for that to actually be resolved. I think there's some investigations, the results of which are still outstanding. So I think it could be, the next year is going to be an interesting time actually to see.
Well, hopefully it cleans everything up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not too optimistic about that, because you look at what Cameron Slater being put in place as a commentator on ZB post dirty politics, for example, and I just don't see the Herald and others changing their ways on those guys' source material, which sucks.
So I actually have a bigger problem with someone who doesn't even talk with him, and that's Mike Hosking, because he has such a huge audience. And if you watched the debates that he chaired, it was a bit of a farce, because he would attack one candidate and let the other one slide.
It wasn't one way. It wasn't. It was basically he would pick a topic that he was interested in, and then he would attack, John Key on it, and then not follow up. And it was weird.
I just don't think that that's the job for that position. No. And if you watched the debates that were run by others, like the Christchurch Press one, and
really well.
That Campbell one with all of the minor leaders around the table was absolutely brilliant.
But even the leaders' debate, John Campbell did really well, because he was really holding the floor and making sure that they both speak.
Okay.
We're
described as the second to last debate described as
crossing left to right. Thank you.
Mike Hosking.
Yeah. There we go.
With no clear winner.
No, he looks all right.
That's frozen.
Has it? No,
no,
it's not.
Moving. It's moving.
Oh yeah, it has. You're right.
By our producer, Eve, to head back to HQ and to stream live from the cab as we do so. We've gone rogue. We've decided not to go back to HQ because we're going to the ACT party. We think that's where the party's at. As I understand it, David Seymour has... Is that right? Where David Seymour has taken his seat? We had a choice between going to Intamana and going to ACT, and we're looking for some positive vibes. So we're going to go and check out the ACT party and see how David Seymour is feeling tonight. Joshua Drummond, boy reporter, how do you feel about the election results today?
Well, it's very difficult to feel anything at the moment apart from numbness. It's like I've been injected all over with a kind of herbal local anaesthetic, like perhaps Manuka. Manuka is in fact a local anaesthetic, and if you put too much sawdust when you're smoking your fish, you will actually numb your mouth, and that's how I feel right now, like a numbed fish. I'm numb. is what I am. Labour have taken a catastrophic defeat. National have taken a catastrophic victory. And to be honest, I don't know how to feel. I would be crying, but all my tears have dried up. Over to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Joshua Drummond, Boy Reporter. We've got also in the cab with us today Tama Boyle, staunch Labour supporter from way back. Tama, how are you feeling today?
I have to say that I am feeling in much the same way as Joshua is, in as much as I am numb, but perhaps on a different drug from his. This is a full general anesthetic, the sort of crawl up in the corner into the fetal position and just bawl my eyes out, banging my head against the wall, which wouldn't be too different from my average Saturday evening, but at least I have a reason to do it this time. But I'm not about to hand over my Labour Party membership. I will be once again paying my subs come January 1 and look forward to fighting hard again for 2017. This is going to be 3 years of darkness, people, and you have only yourselves to blame. Yeah, bro. Over to you, Ryan.
I guess all that remains is for me to explain what kind of anesthetic I feel like I've been taking. No anesthetic. I feel alive. I feel a little bit like somebody's taken one of those rub-on kind of rescue remedy style gels and rubbed it into my forehead, where the air reacts on that spot to cause a sense of coolness, giving you almost the impression that there's a hole in the front of your head. I'm sure everybody's familiar with that. And of course, if anyone at home is thinking about doing exactly that, I would remind you to wash your hands very well before rubbing your eyes or your genitals with your hands, because those substances cause, and again I'm sure that everybody's familiar with this, a heightened sense of inflammation. Why are you getting so freaking close to me? That's terrifying. So be safe if you have any, and if you're cooking with chilies and garlic, be sure always to wash your hands again before rubbing your genitals.
Can I just add something?
Yes, Tamara, if you could.
In terms of culinary practice, if you spend any time in the kitchen whatsoever, I would recommend very highly investing in a mortar and pestle. They're very good for pounding up chilies and garlic. They're not just for show. Most of the time you've seen them in people's very well-appointed kitchens. They are for show, but they have a practical use as well.
I want to make clear that I'm not suggesting that while you are cooking that you do rub your genitals. That is unhygienic. Josh?
I just want to suggest that that's not, like, it's fine if you do that, because we want to be inclusive and accepting of all cooking lifestyles and all kinks involved with cooking, even if those kinks are somewhat spicy. So what Ryan is trying to say is that it's fine to rub your genitals with chili-covered hands if that's what you're into.
And as we are on our way to the Axe Party, it should be clear that that is the classically liberal position on recreational rubbing of genitals with hot spice, curcumin, anything that has a heat to it.
And this is one final point. I know we've been sort of banging your heads with our culinary tips, but if you are going to cook with chili, cook safe, always wear protection. And as Ryan has pointed out, always wash your hands before rubbing your eyes or genitals with chili. Or really anything. You shouldn't have your genitals out in the kitchen anyway. Yeah. I mean, that's unsafe in and of itself. So.
I think it's obvious that that's a a very traditional nanny state sort of attitude from a staunch Labour supporter to tell you what you should or should not be doing. And again, as we're going to the ACT Party, it should be clear that right from Mills, there's a very clear philosophical foundation for the idea that the government should be outside of the bedroom, the boardroom and the kitchen, whether genitals are involved in the kitchen or the boardroom or the bedroom. Really, the government should be hands-off when it comes to that, even if you yourself are not.
It's great.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be interesting to see what the ACT candidates have to say on the nature of the genitals in the kitchen or indeed anywhere. I think ACT are going to have an interesting series of viewpoints on things like the decriminalisation of marijuana.
I think we're about to have some sort of technical difficulties. Okay. Thankfully, we've just had some technical difficulties. That was really illuminating. Thanks a lot, guys.
The advice around the anaesthetic.
Yeah, it's very helpful, all of that advice about what we should be doing with our genitalia in the sanctity of our own kitchens. So it sounds like things in the cab are not doing very well, but here in the Discourse studio, things are jubilant. Because as you know, on Discourse, we swing right quite strongly. So the result's been really solid for us. We've been asked on Twitter to do a summary of the overall results. I'm really pleased to report that National, 48% of the vote, predicted to have 62 seats. Those idiots in Labour, 25%, 31 seats. Green Party, fringe, crazy hippies that would literally destroy New Zealand's economy, 10%, 13 seats. Ooh. New Zealand First, 9%, 11 seats. And the two Stooges, I think Māori have 2 seats, and the Stooges have 1 seat apiece, and they're not bringing in anyone on their coattails. Yeah. Great result.
Speaking of
great
fringe,
result for New Zealand.
It's fantastic. But speaking of fringe parties, fringe loonies like the Greens, we're about to cross, I believe, to Westminster Abbey, is that right?
Westminster Abbey. Are you there, Westminster Abbey? We're talking to Nick in Westminster Abbey. Are we actually talking, or are we just going to cross?
Westminster?
Are you there, Nick?
Not quite there.
No, we're struggling with it.
We've got no sound. Do we have picture from him?
Yeah.
We're getting an OK sign, so I think that we are going to be crossing any minute.
Hang on, we're struggling.
There we go.
There we go.
Hello.
Nick in Westminster. Oh, look at that. Is that the tower that contains Big Ben?
That is the Big Ben, which I learned the other day is named after the guy that built it, apparently. Some Sir Benjamin. It's a lot of Bens.
So what's the mood on the street in London? Are people disappointed by this this result, with National only getting 62 seats? We were hoping for a supermajority.
A clean sweep. Actually, I think the most people that I talked to who did the overseas voting were voting because they were concerned about a massive national majority.
Yeah.
So I'd say I've yet to sort of touch base with the other Kiwis over here, but I'd say there's going to be they'll be rife with disappointment.
Yeah, I saw on Twitter someone posted some results of exit polls that were done somewhere in London, and it was something like 45% Green.
Yeah.
Which is extraordinary, but also not super surprising.
Yeah. No.
I think early voting's always tended to vote to favour Green, which is why they push it so hard in their kind of lead up to election day. Is I don't know if you were following them on Facebook and Twitter and things. They were really pushing the get out there and vote, before election day, and they usually do have the best turnouts when it comes to that. Not just overseas, but in New Zealand as well. I have no idea why that is.
Yeah. Everyone has a different opinion about what the early votes mean. I don't know that we can draw any conclusions from the results that we've seen. The advance vote.
I did read something the other day. Do you know if early voting has had a particularly good turnout this year?
You know what? Early voting, amazing, a huge turnout. Over 700,000. 630,000 advance votes and 70,000 special votes. But the overall result there. The Green Party, 9.98% of advance and special votes, which is very close to their actual overall result. So I would say that my initial my hunch is that actually there was no advantage to anyone from that very strong early turnout, and that there's no particular demographic represented there.
I'd say, I mean, we're all a little bit preoccupied over here with the big Scotland vote that just went down, kind of upstaged the New Zealand election, at least in the UK news, went down yesterday, which has sort of been dominating headlines over here. And that you've never seen such a definite split between people with two strong opinions. It's not just sort of left and right, but it was, you know, it was almost.
Have we lost him?
Well, it was just unionists against independents, really. But yeah, that's.
Nick, you're starting
Sorry,
to break up.
there.
It's been really cool talking to you. I hope you're having a great time in London. Please go and have a hand-pulled real ale and enjoy it in good health. Now, I think that there's great news. We may have resolved our technical difficulties with staying connected to our roving reporter, who is currently in a taxi. Oh, he's just thrown back! No. Oh! Thank you, Ryan. Really, that was great. That was great.
So presumably they carried on for another 5 minutes about genitals.
And it's been lost to the ages.
That was
what a catastrophe.
Very important conversation.
I'm really glad that we had technical difficulties.
So, are we going to round this thing up, or should we go and have a look at the final look at the
cake,
the cupcakes, and have we jump in them?
Are we going to eat cupcakes? Are we going to eat Parliament?
I think we're going to have to.
I think we're quite close to knowing the results anyway, so we could.
Yeah, I mean we do have a conclusion, don't we?
97.3% of the votes counted. No major. I don't think there's going to be
nothing close enough to make a difference at this point.
No, I don't think anything major. That's
no.
Well, that was an amazing campaign.
Yep.
It was very entertaining. I enjoyed it a lot.
Nuts.
The end result, fantastic. I'm really happy that my guys in blue, my precious, beloved National Party, we get to stay in power for another 3 years.
3 years.
Hopefully, it's going to be 1,000 years.
Just think of the things we can privatise.
We're going to privatise literally everything. Roads.
The Electoral Commission for a start.
Yeah, all of the Ombudsman's offices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's have a look at the
it's
Cupcake Parliament.
Let's go check it out.
Have we got a little? Yes. Hey, look at that. We've got a microphone. Everyone, let's go and eat cupcakes.
Yay!
We need to get Yep, we've got camera one. Oh. Is it 121 seats?
Yes, it is.
Sorry.
Yeah, but we need to eat them.
Who are you going to eat first, Morgan? That's the overhang.
You get to choose what.
We've got extras.
Are you going to eat John Key?
I guess the overhang will try what the Conservative Party tastes like and stuff. Light blue? What do you think light blue tastes like?
Right.
Oh, right.
Oh, are you eating ACT right now?
You did a fantastic job.
Thank you. My icing was pretty sweet.
Does it?
I had some help.
There was a lot of criticism of the New Zealand first one, but it's the consistency of the thing.
He's not a rugby
didn't have like a star nozzle, so it didn't do the Mr. Whippy sort of
The
thing.
problem was the nozzle rather than...
It wasn't the ISO.
I'm going to have David come.
How do you feel about being called in?
Are you going colour?
All right, well, I'm going to eat Key, because Key is the...
It was very well piped.
I'm a Key man.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna,
Cheers.
I'm gonna take some
Very good.
That's
great.
Don't eat the greens, there's not very many.
Oh, fantastic. We should thank
That
our
is
crew.
the most delicious parliament in the world.
That's so good. Best parliament.
I think it's last election it was chocolate.
All right, well, I'm going to try one then.
I'm going to try.
Yeah. Should we we're going to say thanks to the crew as well, because they did an amazing job.
Yes.
Let's do that. Let's close this thing down.
Another cupcake.
Maybe we can, I don't know how we're going to do this. I'm fetching a camera. Hey, number 3. Oh, you're the least portable. No, you keep. Number 1. I know number 1's on the Cupcake Parliament, and that's pretty important.
Camera 8's clear.
This is really where all of the brains are in the operation. Sound, production, vision switching. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Can you see this stuff over here? Can you like tip it over? Like.
Camera 1's fine.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't want to distract from the Cupcake Parliament, but this whole look, and you can see all these cameras here. The setup is amazing. If only we were better at like presenting, right? Because you guys are really good at operating cameras.
Rehearsal was the problem.
Not sure about number 8. Not sure. Yeah, we rehearsed on Thursday night. Like none of you guys were here. We didn't have any of the equipment. This is amazing what's been pulled together here, and I'm really grateful to all of you, even number 8. The guys playing pool, I can take or leave them. There's noise, a little bit. It was a little bit annoying. And our sponsors, Epic Beer, one of New Zealand's best brewers. Luke Nicholas, master brewer, fantastically good dude. Mexicali Fresh, they made lots of delicious food. And our very unwise intro, that was, well, it wasn't their fault. It was our fault. They did everything that was good about the intro, and we did all the stuff that was awkward. We did stuff that was awkward. This show would not have been possible without this man right here, Dylan Reeve. So, blow him. And it's a fantastic result for everyone. Ben Gracewood.
No, it was all you guys. I didn't do anything.
Bevan, the Princess of Chaos. Our studio audience in the background eating the Parliament.
Eating the
and
Parliament.
whatever of the Mexicali Fresh Fiesta is left.
Yeah.
DVT, who provided. Thank you. Provided a lot of this equipment. Cruise TV. Eve, who is probably having a nap, probably got really bored.
There he is. He's vanished. Where'd he go?
James Brown, resident expert. Delish Cupcakes, of course. Thanks to Delish Cupcakes for the Cupcake Parliament.
Thank you, Morgan. That was fun.
Thank you, James. And I'm pleased that that feels like this is ending on a positive note, because there was a grim moment about 45 minutes ago. When I briefly forgot that I'm a staunch National Party supporter. I'm never going to make that mistake again. I'm only going to pick winners from now on. Do you want to put the get ready to put that up, and
there you go.
I think that's probably it for us for tonight. We're going to go and eat the rest of the Parliament. We're going to drink all of this Epic. I might see if there's any Mexican donuts left. I don't care what you guys want to call them. And then we're going to have to do a lot of tidying. We're going to have to reposition a lot of furniture.
Ready when you are. I can hang on. Let's find you again. Where are you? You're on camera 2. Look, we're all here on camera 1. If I push this button, then we should be able to go.
All right.